I hit so many wrong buttons there. I was like, wow, I'm so in sync. Gosh dang it.
There's a cat named Bert with a fine mustache, most handsome.
I thought I was right on cue for everything, but I was just slightly off with the button I hit mute on. Green is my color. It's my favorite color too.
Everybody's friend, the love we have for you.
That's why.
With your talking ways and your cuddly purr, you're the finest cat with the finest fur.
Smash the like button, share the live, ladies and gentlemen. What's David would say? TikTok ready to rock.
He's got his favorite box where he likes to sit. Any square on the floor, he'll claim that bit.
Shadows and meows like he's got.
How tall am I? I'm 5'1".
That time's his favorite part of the day. Oh, Bert, Bert, everybody's friend, the love we have for you will never end. With your talking ways and your cuddly purr, you're the finest cat with the finest fur.
I'm 6'1".
He's picky about his dinner, won't eat just any meal. But when it comes to people, he's got universal appeal.
Everybody loves him and he loves them right back.
That charming little fellow in his tuxedo black. Oh, Bert, Bert with your mustache fine, sweetest little shoulder cat of mine, door knocking, box loving, square finding friend. Our love for Bert will never
I don't think 6'1" is that tall. I don't think that's sport level height. I'm not even the tallest guy in
I
our
would
gym.
say it's top, but you're like third. That's pretty good. There's a lot of dudes there.
Yeah, but okay, but if we include like, for example, when we do like an open mat and all the gyms come and meet together,
I'd still say
I'm
you're
not
top
one of the
five.
tallest guys walking around.
I'd say you're top 5.
6'1's not that tall. How many people in the world are 6'1"? Hold on. Oh, how many people are 6'1"?
All the short people in the chat are like, you 6'1" isn't that tall. The 5'8" guys.
1 in 10 men. They're 1 out of 10.
10%.
Yeah, that means every 10 people you're going to meet are going to be my height.
Yeah,
That's not that rare. I'm 6'2", you're doing fine. I used to be 6'2", and then I got old. True story, I'm not even lying. I was 100% 6'2". I know this because me and my older brother had like, I'm taller than you, and we kept measuring ourselves. And we were both 6'2", and so it was like, see, this guy's 6'10". There you go. And then I got older, and then I went into the doctor, and I did a full medical, and they're like, yeah, you're 6'1". I'm like, you mother trucker. You mother trucker. So I lost an inch in my old age. Yeah, that happens. Bro is aging. Yep. I saw it with my dad too, because my dad went from 5'2" to 5'1". My dad is a short man.
It's way more. It's more common to be the other heights than it is to be 6'1".
Common, yeah. But how common is it to be exactly 5'9"? Not the other heights, because you're doing all the heights compared to 6'1", obviously. Well, how common is it to be exactly 5'9"?
Approximately 50% in the United States, 5'9" is the average height for adult men, meaning approximately 50% of men are shorter and 50%.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how many men are exactly 5'9". Because like if that's also 1 out of like or 2 out of 10, right? So if 1 out of 10 men, this is a problem with statistics.
14 to 15% of U.S. adult men fall within the narrow range around 5'10" and 5'9".
Right. So okay. So there's 14% that are 5'9", 5'10", and there's 10% that are 6'1".
Yeah.
That's not relatively that far different.
It's still more rare.
So it's not not that much more rare.
So you're more tall than most people.
Not by my mind. No, if this guy who's 6'10",
Ain't no way he's 6'10". Cap.
I've met people like that. They're really, really ridiculously tall. They're like almost 7 feet tall. Those people got to go to the NFL, NHL, things like that. How about 6'4" is tall as hell. How many people are 6'4"? That's a great question. Only 1% of people are 6'4". 1%.
Yeah.
So you're 1 out of every 100 people.
I believe that.
Right?
That's
So that's rare. 1 out of 10 people is not rare. 1 out of 100
We're
people?
just saying, can we
that's
call
rare.
you tall?
I think
Yes.
there's a philosophical problem there of like what defines tall, because it's
so
relative, right? It's relative. It's relative. I think yeah, well, yeah, probably, because you just find the overall average worldwide, and if you're above the average, you're tall. If you're below the average, you're short. If you're exactly on the average, you're average. That's probably the way to do it. But to a giraffe, I'm short, right?
This is my life.
She has to live with this all the time. I ask her crazy hypotheticals all the time.
All the time.
And she gets so annoyed with it. And then she like doesn't engage. I've had to change my hypotheticals to be more inviting.
That's so funny. That's true, though.
It's true.
He used to give me ones where I was like, I'm not picking either. And he's like, you have to. I was like, no, I don't. Are we in this scenario? He gets so mad.
So I try to pick hypotheticals where she'd be excited to like participate in some way. Like, oh yeah, you have to fight exactly just one person on the planet. Who do you pick? And it's always Dylan Mulvaney. Anytime it's like, hey, you have to unalive one person, but you save the rest of the world. Who do you pick? Dylan Mulvaney. It's like always the answer she gives. Always. It's either Dylan Mulvaney or Justin Trudeau. That's it. Those are the only options. There are no other options for her if you're talking about.
I don't
taking
even
out
know why
people.
you asked me at this point. But.
Yeah, that's the way it's gonna go. Are we doing apologetics today? I apologize. I'm sorry. Won't happen again. Yes. Yeah, we just did it. See, I'm sorry. Won't happen again. Apologize. I always say it. I know that's not what where the word comes from, but smash the like button, share the live, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do a quick prayer and let's get into it. Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the blessings. Guide us and walk with us. Allow us to have good conversations. If we're not to have good conversations, give us a spirit to strike down our enemies, but more preferably just give us good conversations. You are good. We are not. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. It's an interesting word. Yeah. All right, guys. Today's topic is going to be pretty much the topic I'm going to stick to for like a hot minute. Well, maybe, I don't know. I've got ADD. Tomorrow I'll be like, I'm going to do this topic. I'm just like that. So today we're going to do convince me to leave Christianity when a taco. Oh, my thing is not up. There you go. There's the dono bar. There's the ticker. There's all the things that you need to do. Smash the like. We need those 20,000 views before we start taking in guests. That's an absolute fact. Abby, you can open up the shorts chat.
They're sending us out to the comment section, into the trenches with no protection, where reason dies and chaos reigns. The shorts chat battlefield where nothing remains. We march into the spam and the bots. The brain rot takes everyone we've got.
Flex on them.
Look at my muscles, guys.
She's got muscles. She's just hiding it under that sweater.
Just wait for the summertime. Muslims are going to get mad at these guns.
I like this shirt because it makes me look more swole than I am.
Send reinforcements, we won't make it back. Lost in the shorts chat.
I'm definitely not that swole.
Under attack. The comments move faster than we can read. Delete.
I think I just lost my YouTube comment section. I'm getting none of them all of a sudden. It keeps happening. Oh no, there it is.
Brain cells systematically destroyed. We tried to bring order to the storm, but the algorithm doesn't conform. 3-word sentences, no punctuation. This is digital degradation. Now we're going to the shorts chat where souls go to die. Moderating madness, saying our last goodbye. Send reinforcements, we won't make it back. Lost in the shorts chat. Under attack.
There we go.
Remember us when we don't return. Our minds consumed, our spirits burned. We gave our sanity for the cause. Fighting through TikTok's endless flaws. Tell our fans.
Cringe is a purely subjective experience. If you're cringing, that just means you're having a bad time. That's not me having a bad time. That's just you having a bad time. Sucks to be you.
We went to the shorts chat where souls go to die. Moderating
Damn.
madness, no one heard
You
our cry.
you are
No reinforcements.
You're getting
we
banned from this
didn't
channel.
make it back. Lost in the shorts chat.
ain't no way you're gonna come in and say some crazy stuff like that.
I think you clicked the wrong one.
What?
You clicked the wrong one. I still see it.
No, their comment came in where I did the ban. This is what they said.
The shorts chat claims another
Oh no, we blocked them.
The battle's lost before it's begun.
No, we blocked them.
Where souls go to die.
That's some crazy work.
Goodbye.
Block you too, please? Nah. Nah, you can do it yourself. Nah. Where do you find such cringe? It's just inherent. Like, I'm just good at being cringy. It's just instinctual. It's like a intrinsic value of mine. It's just part of who I am. Being cringy. And also being a douche and a troll. I'm a natural troll. Listen, if I have a dream that God will one day just send me a message like, Lord, or no, he'll send me a message and I'll be like, Lord, what do you want me to do? And he'll be like, John, I want you to just create chaos. That's all I want you to do for the kingdom. Go create chaos.
Dream come true for John.
I'd be like, it's the best day ever. It's just go out there and cause as many problems as you possibly can. Just chaos. Chaos, panic, and disorder. And then just move them along. This is the best day in the world, Lord. This is the best day in the world. That is a fantasy I have. Chaos ensues. But luckily for you, I'm one of those guys where everybody's like, you need a book to be a good person? Yeah. 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 Luckily for you, we got the good book.
John pre-Jesus. John after Jesus.
Abby can
Very
contest.
different people.
Abby can contest. Before Jesus, I was pretty cruddy. After Jesus, I'm all right. Ain't that bad. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank Jesus for Jesus. Thank Jesus for Jesus. We got 17,000 likes. We're almost there, ladies and gentlemen. Smash the like button, share the live, do the things you need to do. We'll start taking up guests. Today's topic is convince me to leave Christianity. Win a taco. That's an uphill battle. And the question is, do you want to do it after what I just said? Is that taco really worth? Because listen, y'all might be cooked. If I start fighting for the other team. Y'all might be cooked. So the question is, do you really want to do it? I'm going to say some out-of-pocket things. Like, yeah, I think we should unalive people. Why? I don't know. It's fun. We should just do it. Abby's sitting there sighing. There's a video, Abby, I forgot to tell you, somebody made a video of me the other day where it's like they just took one clip out of the context and it's the person who I was talking to and they just posted that. And like they didn't get the whole like I had a 2-hour conversation with this person. I'm
telling you, people do not get.
They don't get.
They don't get it.
All they did is they have a clip of me calling him daddy. That's all they posted.
You know what? Fair play.
So, like, not the whole point where I was completely roasting them on basic logic, but they posted the clip where I called them daddy.
I love that.
I'm not even mad.
No.
I'm not even mad. Not even a little bit. It was fair play.
You can't laugh.
Fair play.
What's the point? That's funny.
My goodness gracious. My goodness. Daddy chill. Daddy chill. Oh, we got that 20,000 likes. Look, that was fast. You guys are really on it. Somebody's got them like, got them thumbs. Maybe we should up it to 30. Maybe we should up it. That dono bar looking pretty empty. I'm just saying that dono bar looking pretty empty. So we'll take a couple guesses. If that doesn't change, then we'll just have to, we'll just have to play Hello Kitty Island Adventure or something like that instead.
How you doing, man?
Good, man. Yourself? How old are you?
I'm 21.
All right, man. Can you convince me to leave Christianity?
Well, yes, kind of, because I think that you should join my church.
Nah.
Because I think there's a lot of truth to it, and I think that it in ties with Christianity a little bit.
Nah.
What church is it?
The Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints.
Oh Lord, here we go. Where did you guys come from? Nobody even heard of you. Like, we knew about you guys. We knew you existed. Then all of a sudden, just like out of nowhere,
I just got
baptized.
I just got baptized last Thursday, and like, I feel like the Lord is using me a lot. But why do you?
How do you know it's not Satan?
Well, I mean, the Bible says that the devil and the demons tremble under the name of Jesus. So, I doubt that the devil would tell someone to start a religion to say, "Oh, in Jesus' name." Like, you know what I'm saying?
You doubt the devil would start. Okay, so you doubt that the master of lies would start an entire religion that rejects the original gospel?
Yeah, but he wouldn't say why would he say a name that he trembles under?
Because it rejects the original gospel.
Whoa, I disagree with that. I think it ties with the Bible.
Hallelujah. So you think God is the creator of all things?
Well,
or Jesus?
Jesus is a creating being.
Oh yeah,
but he is God.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. Now you just rejected the original gospel. My goodness gracious.
Well, the thing is every person has their own interpretation of God. There's only one right one, I think, but
and that's
I think
Jesus Christ. He is
yes.
God. What do you do with the verses that just literally call Jesus God, like Titus?
Well, I mean, we think that it's misinterpreted.
Okay, you got any evidence of that?
Well, I mean, we look at it differently, I would say.
That's not evidence.
Well, I mean, saying Jesus is God, though. Jesus is God.
Yeah.
Jesus is God, but he's not God the Father. God the Father created a God named Jesus Christ.
So God created God?
God created Jesus, yes.
So God created God?
Yes.
Okay. So then God broke the first commandment?
No, we didn't.
What is the first commandment?
It says, God, I forgot.
Dang.
But I know it, but can you remind me, what is it?
That you shall have no other gods before him, before Yahweh.
Yeah, but God sent his son. God made a son and said,
okay,
I'm going to give him.
Every knee will bow and every tongue will confess that who is Lord?
Jesus Christ.
Awesome. On the day of judgment, those will stand outside of the gates of judgment and will say, Lord, Lord, did we not in whose name?
In Jesus' name.
Right. Okay. What is the first commandment? Is you shall have no other gods before me.
Yes. But the thing is Jesus is God. See, there's a God called in Mormonism. There's called a Godhead. So Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and God the Father are all three God, but they're all different beings of God.
Well, that's a contradiction. You can't be a different being of the same being.
Well, in heaven is the Holy Spirit, Jesus, and God the same person?
No.
Exactly. They're in three different bodies. They're three different people, but
Yeah.
they're all still they all still hold the title.
We all agree. They're three different
Yes,
persons, but they are the
they
same
all
God.
still hold the title. They all still hold the title of being God.
Yeah,
correct?
so they're all the same God, though. You're saying they're different gods.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah. So then you're breaking the first commandment.
Yeah, but that wouldn't necessarily. No, breaking the first commandment would be putting like Allah above Jesus Christ.
Does it say you shall not have specific gods about me, or does it say you shall have no other gods before me?
No other God. Yeah, but the thing is Jesus, God the Father, and Jesus Christ are still hold. They are They still hold God, the title God. Both of them are God.
God's a title?
No, I'm just saying they hold that's their name. Like they're
God's
God.
a name?
All three of them. Yes, I mean yes.
So if God's a name, and then I have a dog, and I name my dog God, does that make my dog God?
No.
Well, so that's not just a name.
Well, we know him as God. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
How many gods are there?
There's three gods in heaven right now.
So there are three gods.
Yes.
Okay, so then you break the first commandment. You shall have no other gods before me.
No. How is it? Oh my goodness. How is it doing that? He's talking about other people who claim to be God, false prophets that claim to be God that are not God. They have demonic evil, those gods.
Well, it doesn't say you shall have no other false prophets who claim to be God before me. It says you shall have no other gods before me.
Yes, but that's Holy Spirit, Jesus Christ, and God the Father they're in heaven. They 100% agree with each other. They are from the same entity, brother. They are all God.
What makes them agree with each other?
What makes it? Because they're all God. They are all God.
Wait, are they one God or are they three gods?
They're three gods.
So what makes them agree with each other?
Because they all have the same agenda.
Why do they have the same agenda?
Because they're God.
So wait.
Oh my goodness.
So could God make me a god?
Could God make you a god? No. Yeah. God chose Jesus and told Mary, you will be pregnant with a baby boy named Jesus Christ. So
yeah, but
he picked Mary.
So why can't God make me a god if he made Jesus a god?
Well, because he picked Jesus because he thought that Jesus, I guess, Mary was special, I guess. And he picked
Yeah, that's just kind of like a circular answer, bro. Like, if God can make Jesus God, and then Jesus being God automatically has the same will and mind as God, why can't he not just do the same thing with me? Why can he not just do the same thing with all creation, and then we wouldn't have a creation?
The thing is,
hold on, let me land my plane. Let me plan. Why couldn't he do that with all creation and just have a universe with no suffering, no pain, no issues, because we're all just a unified God with one will?
Well, the thing is Jesus, God the Father specifically picked Jesus.
I'm going to put $5 down that you're not going to answer my question.
What did you say?
1 second.
Let me at M. Challenge. No church father in the first 4 centuries believed in LDS doctrine. Dilemma. Either Jesus failed to transmit the message to his disciples, or they failed to deliver it to their students. Which occurred?
It's true. It's true. I've been reading the first 300 years of the early church fathers. So I've been reading right now. I'm reading Irenaeus. Irenaeus? No, Ignatius. Ignatius. Sorry, that just slipped out. That was rude. I apologize. I've been reading Ignatius, and he straight up just says Jesus is God.
Yes, Jesus is
not
God.
A God. He's the God.
No, Jesus is a God.
According to the Book of Mormon. But I still got $5 down saying you're not going to answer my question I asked you.
But the thing is tell me why. I'm
owe me
just gonna jump to the
$5.
point. Tell me why exactly.
Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing
Why
but a
Mormonism is false.
mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say.
I want it that way.
My man, you didn't put any gumption into it, but I appreciate you doing it.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah.
what?
Okay. But what I'm saying is, I'm just gonna land the plane here. Tell me exactly why you think Mormonism is false and debunk that.
Because it disagrees with the vast majority of the historical accounts of Jesus.
Well, I mean, Joseph Smith is only telling what God told him to do.
Okay, prove to me God
He's-
told him that.
Well, I mean, he said that God the Father and Jesus visited him in a vision and told him
Damn.
to start.
Hold on, Joseph Smith or Muhammad? Who are you talking about?
Oh no, Joseph Smith started Mormonism.
Yeah, but who are you talking about? Because the story sounds similar. Is it Muhammad or Joseph Smith?
Oh no, this is Joseph Smith.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right.
Oh, okay. So Joseph Smith had a vision of God the Father
Yeah.
and Jesus Christ visit him.
Okay.
And God the Father and Jesus told him to start his own start his own religion and to spread the gospel
Uh-huh.
and to
And to have multiple wives, including children?
no. The thing is, the reason why he had multiple wives is because he wanted to populate the religion.
Dude, this
That's
was
why.
the
Ain't no
19
way.
this was like what 1800s or whatever. This is not even like 100 years ago, man. What do you mean?
Yeah,
Oh,
just
we're a
really-
low population. That's like
The only
wanted
way
to
to
pop-
spread
the only
the
way you
gospel.
can do it is Joseph Smith needed multiple
Pop out
wives.
all the
Pop out them
babies.
kids. Just contradicts all
And-
of church history.
No,
1820s, thank you.
and he had some wives because he felt like it was.
Why do you have
he
kid
wanted
wives?
to. What?
Why do you marry kids?
No, he was sealed to them in heaven. Do you know what that means?
What?
Oh, here we go. Oh, what's that mean?
It means like he was promised. So like in heaven, when it was meant like when he dies, those women were promised. Those women are promised to him in heaven.
His youngest wife was 14 years old. Helen Mar Kimball was one of the 30 to 40 wives of Joseph Smith.
Is this why you became a Mormon?
No, why would I? No, I do not like polygamy.
40? At least Muhammad had the gumption to say, hey, I'm going to put a limit on 9. 40?
No, bro.
Ain't no way.
Ain't no way.
40's wild.
That's
Bro, he did it to populate.
crazy.
He did it to populate Mormonism. That's
Yeah,
why he
you
did
know
it.
why? Because his message was so stupid, no one else believed it. It's like, man, the only way is to make my own.
You
Bro,
seem like a
God
nice
told
guy. I'm
him-
not trying to roast you. You do seem like a
Okay,
nice
no,
guy,
I'm
yeah.
saying is he leaned onto his own understand. I mean, he didn't lean onto his own understandings, but I
Yeah.
think is God allows some things. I don't think
Yeah.
it was necessary. I don't think it was God who allowed him to start
Yeah.
the polygamy thing, but I think he
40
God
wives?
allowed.
Can you name 40
God-
people off the top of your head right now? Just 40 random people that you know. Just can you do it?
Probably not. No.
No, right? Like, did he know all of their names? I doubt it. 40.
I think he can know their names, but not much else about them.
40.
Yeah.
And one of them was 14 years old. So you're telling me you believe the guy who got a random vision by himself, looked at some golden tablets in a hat, and was told by God that he could have 40 wives.
No,
You think
like
that's
I
the guy
said-
we should follow?
No, like I said, is I don't think God told him to do that polygamy thing. I
Yeah.
think God allowed it. Because, like, God, example, if you
Yeah.
look at the Old Testament in the Bible, God allowed some things in the Old Testament. It doesn't mean that he 100% agrees with it. He just allows some stuff.
But you think that's the guy we should follow?
Well, I mean, yes, I personally, I believe that
Well,
that is the guy.
Earlier today, I was in the shower. And
Mm-hmm.
while I was in the shower, the angel of Gabriel showed up to me and said, I am the angel Gabriel. It's always crazy. These prophets never get directly from God. They always get it from an angel. Thank God I'm also one of them. And he said, I have given you a message. And the only message is this. The Church of Latter-day Saints is corrupt. And I am here to correct it and put it back on the right path. And he says, follow the angel of follow the angel of Quackles and be a subservient to Glibblglorp. And all you have to do, listen, all this nonsense that came out, all you have to do is submit. All you have to do is say Glibblglorp is the one true God, and that's it. You're fine. You're going to have everything you ever desired. So my friend, will you today say Glibblglorp is the one true God?
Is that God the Father?
No, it's just Glibblglorp. Glibblglorp, the true God, sent his angel, Gabriel, who's actually Quackles. That's his real name. To correct all the information of Latter-day Saints. And the truth is, all you have to do is follow Glibblglorp, and you will be. You'll have everything you ever desired, and you will be saved. Will you do it here today with me?
Well, if it's not God the Father, not Jesus Christ, or not the Holy Spirit,
No,
I will not
all
submit.
that is nonsense. That's the point. Glibblglorp came here to say that Joseph Smith was wrong. Christianity was wrong. Islam was wrong.
No,
all
of
it
course
was
not.
wrong. Why wouldn't you do?
Of course.
I received the message in my bathroom by myself.
Yeah, but according that would contradict the Bible because the Bible says no God comes before him. No God comes before God. That's how the Bible says. Like you said, that's the first commandment, brother.
But Glibblglorp wanted us all to know that that's just all made up.
Then I don't know I don't know who that is then.
It's the one true God.
I feel like you're trolling me.
I know, seriously, brother. I received the message, and he also coincidentally told me I could have 80 wives.
Double.
Okay, yeah, you're definitely messing with me.
God was like, Joseph Smith was cool, but you're cooler, so you get double the wives.
The thing is
I'm
I feel
special
like
because I'm number one.
It's my first
I feel like
wife.
you're hearing me, but you're not hearing me because I specifically said that the Lord did not tell Joseph Smith to have 40 wives. The Lord allowed it.
I'm not saying he did. I'm saying the Lord told me I could have 80 wives. But you can only have one. But that wouldn't be from the Lord. That would be from the devil. How do you
What?
know? How do you know it's not from the Lord?
But he said that we need to populate the religion.
I received the message by myself in a room, just like Joseph Smith did. How do you know it's not from the Lord?
Because you have you have 40 wives. I mean, 80 wives.
I don't have 80 yet. I'm going to get there. I'm working on it. I'm kind of an
That would-
asshole.
yeah,
It's
but-
really hard to attract women.
The Bible would not agree with that at all.
Why should I care what the Bible says?
Well, because that determines where your eternity goes.
No, Glibblglorp told me it was wrong. Glibblglorp is the one true God.
No, he's not. He's a demonic being.
How do you know?
Because he's telling you to do the opposite of what the Bible tells you. And when you do the opposite of what the Bible tells you, it is dangerous and you will not have a very good life.
So if a prophet comes later and gives a gospel that's not the same gospel as the Bible, then we should reject it?
Yes, according to the Bible.
Oh, based. Okay, well, then I reject Joseph Smith.
Yeah, but that's different because I feel like he was a man who fasted, who prayed to the Lord Jesus Christ. You
gave me the standard. You said the standard was if I receive a gospel that's not the same gospel that's in the Bible, I should reject it. That's the standard you just said.
Yes, that's exactly what I said. Because those guys, Muhammad and all those other false prophets.
Then I reject Joseph Smith. It's not the same gospel that's in the Bible.
Well, he said that Jesus visited him. What other religion has Jesus visited me with God the Father? No other religion has that.
Genghis Khan has a record saying that Jesus visited him.
Who's that?
Woman, I'm going to need a coffee if I'm going to keep this conversation going.
I'm on it.
Oh yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses. That's another one. They said that Jesus visited them, and pretty much like almost every cult that's ever existed.
Cult? Oh my God! So you're trying to call me in a cult now?
No, you don't. You don't qualify as a cult by definition.
Okay, so do you think that Mormonism is a cult? Yes or no?
I just said no.
No, I'm saying
you're
is
not a cult. I think it
Okay,
started
so
off
what
as a
would-
cult.
Well, back then when Jesus used to preach and stuff like that, he was considered an occult.
No, it wouldn't be a cult.
Yes, Jesus was considered. That's the reason why they crucified Jesus. You know that, right? Because
They
they thought
crucified
that
him
he was
because he was
doing.
a cult. Can you
No,
show me
they
any evidence of
crucified
that?
him. No, listen to me. They crucified him because he was doing.
Thank you, baby.
They thought that he was doing weird practices.
Okay,
That's
can you show
why.
me any evidence of that?
They literally. That's why the Jews didn't like him because he did. Apparently, they said that he did weird practices. He
Really?
healed people. He healed the sick.
Evidence?
Everything. Well, if someone, oh my god, if someone you know or someone you met was healing people and stuff like that, would you call? Would you think? Say if there was a group of people
Is
that were
your argument going to be like, if I ran into somebody that's curing people's diseases and healing them, would I not just crucify them? Is that what you're going to tell me right now?
No, I was saying is if there was these people these group of people that were healing people
Yeah.
that were drawing people away from your attention, so they were getting people away from you, your attention. They were.
Yeah,
Kinda like
you're
getting
100%
on-
right. You're 100% right. If somebody was drawing tension away from me, I would 100% them get them crucified. The tension should 100%
You're being
be on me.
sarcastic. Bro, you're being no, but the point I'm trying to make is back then, Jesus Christ
Yep.
and his disciples was considered a cult back then.
Based off.
Well, every religion, technically, every religion's basic to definition. Every religion's kind of technically a cult. Yes,
Based off of.
it's common sense, brother. You could look it up right now.
You can look up common sense.
No, I'm saying
If I
is
have
you
to
can
look
look it
up
up.
common sense, is it still
No,
common?
no. Oh my! You can look up
Yeah.
that every religion is technically, to definition, they are technically a cult. Yes.
Based off of what?
Google, ChatGPT.
Google?
That's what.
ChatGPT. Got it. ChatGPT told you. All right, I'm convinced. I'm convinced to be a Latter-day Saint. How do I sign up?
Well, I mean, you have to talk to the missionaries
Oh,
first.
see, now that's too much work. You
Wait,
lost
And
me.
I
You,
think-
you had me. You had me on the reel,
You can't.
and then
be
you
this-
just
then I think-
lost me.
Well, and then you have to do 2 years of
2 years.
You have to listen to me. You have to do 2 years of evangelizing. I have to go to a different country for 2 years,
No, I'm out.
and I can't talk to my family for like 2 years maybe.
Wow, that's not a cult. Not at all. Nope.
You're
good.
not allowed to
You're
talk
good.
to anybody while we
Hey,
teach you
hey,
things.
Well, we teach you the faith. You can't talk to any of your family, and we're going to send you away from everybody you know. Nope, not a cult at all. Good luck with that, brother.
Well, I mean, I
Rest
feel
in
like that
peace.
this is the truth
Well,
because I feel like I don't know if you're trolling me because you're not really being honest with me. You are making jokes and babbling and stuff like that. I feel like you haven't really like. What do you feel? What I'm saying to you, and I want you to be you and your wife. I think.
Wife number one.
My
What?
first out of 80. I don't think you have any basis or any actual reason to believe the things that you do. I think you just believe it for whatever, maybe probably social contagion or something like that. And yeah, man, I think you should actually take some time and study why you believe what you believe and the reasons to actually hold it to be true. There's this thing called epistemology. It's the study of knowledge. Why are you justified to say that, yes, this is the one true religion and we should follow it?
Yes. Okay. So, are you familiar with? Do you know about Mormonism a little bit?
Just what I've told you.
No, I'm saying is like,
Where'd you go?
do you okay? They used to have back then. I don't think. Oh, can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm saying is back then. I don't know
Back
if you
when?
heard this, but African Americans weren't like many years ago when Joseph Smith.
5 years ago?
What? No, like
10?
100 years ago when
100
Joseph
years
Smith was alive.
Okay.
Yes. So back then, African Americans weren't offered the priesthood in the Latter-day Saints Church because I think there was some I think there might have been some racism or something like that. Something like that, I think. And but the Mormon Church teaches, because a lot of people lie on the Mormon Church and say, "Wow, they're racist" and stuff like that. But they never teach. Because I heard that they used to teach that African American people used to be cursed and stuff like that. That's not what they taught. They actually taught that fallen angels that decided to go with Lucifer, the devil, they were cursed with black.
I just Googled it real quick. There are no official black priesthood holders in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Like, not even right now?
None. That's just a quick Google search.
I don't know why then. Maybe they don't want to do it. I don't know.
Black people? Why wouldn't black people want to join?
I mean, they have some. Bro, the crazy thing is I talk to a lot of black Mormons and they aren't offended at all. Why do you think that is then? Answer that question.
I don't know. I can show you a video where like there's black guys calling white guys massa and they don't seem too offended or upset. They seem pretty happy.
Bro, I feel like, oh my goodness, man. I feel like, I don't know if you're getting me. I don't know if you're trying to troll me or anything like that. But because you're acting funny and stuff like that. And I feel like you aren't very.
Oh, this is lying? Okay, I'll show it right there. Boom, right there. Very first thing I Googled. I said I just Googled it. There is no official black priesthood holders in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, as the church does not track race. However, following 1978 reversal of the policy that banned black men from the priesthood, many black men have been ordained, particularly in Africa, Brazilian, and Caribbean. Oh, okay, and I should have read the rest. I just read the first sentence. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay. But
that's such a crazy take. That's like, you shouldn't start off with that first sentence. That doesn't really answer my question then. How many are there? So.
But the LDS Church never had a problem with African American people.
That is not true.
Well, no, that's not true. They
straight up lying.
Prove to me that it was true. Prove to me. Huh? Can't.
The fact that they fact that they
prove
banned
anything
black people from
like
being
that.
in the priesthood. You just admitted that's the case.
Well, that wasn't racial. That was
The Church of Latter-day Saints
dog. If I was lying, why would I show you my screen?
held race-based restrictions from the
And I'm not
mid
talking to you. I'm talking to someone in the
1800s
chat.
until 1978, during which black men of African descent were barred from ordination to the priesthood, and both black men and women were excluded from temple ordinances necessary for the highest level of salvation. These policies were justified using doctrines that linked black skin to curses from God.
Now they've updated that. They
In
don't hold
2013.
that anymore.
But you said it was never a belief, and that's a straight up lie.
No,
Or
I'm
you don't
saying
know what
is
you're
the
talking about.
reason why they had black skin is because the fallen angels who went with the devil became black skin. Not black people are cursed with black skin. The fallen angels were.
You saying black people are from demons?
No, I mean,
You said that with your full
You said
chest.
that with your full chest. They weren't. They
No,
weren't
I'm not-
cursed. They're descendants from demons.
Hey, Where's Jordan?
no, they're
Hey, Jordan, I got something to tell you, bro. I got something to tell you,
no,
bro.
no, no. I'm not saying that.
You did say
No,
that.
I'm not.
I didn't even say that, man. I didn't even think that's what
Brother,
you guys
you know
believe.
the crazy thing is
It's
I'm
not.
mixed. I'm mixed with Caucasian and black.
And
But
That
I'm
doesn't
not
make it
saying
better.
that. No, I'm not saying black people are demons. I'm just saying is the demons were
You're
cursed
just saying their
with black
ancestors were.
skin.
The demon.
No, I'm just saying is
So God cursed the demons and was like, you know what's going to be the biggest blow? I'm going to make you black.
yes, but that was before he made humanity. The demons fell before the
So-
earth
So
was
what's the
created.
connection to black
So wait.
people then?
All black people are have ancestors that were demons?
No, God just spoke into existence. Let there be light, and the people were just made. The black people have nothing to do with the fallen demons, bro.
But that's
You're
what-
So
okay,
then why are they
hold on.
not-
Just you seem to be contradicting yourself. Can you tell me why black people are black?
Because they were made. God made them like that. Yes, they have nothing to do with demons at all.
So then why'd you bring up the fallen angels?
Oh no, because God cursed them with dark black skin. It got nothing to do with race. It got to do with the evilness. God cursed them because
So it's
God
a curse to
cursed
have
them.
dark black skin?
No, if you have black skin, you're more evil.
No.
Is that what you
no,
said?
what he's saying is that the angels acted out, they did something wrong, and so their curse was to have dark black skin.
Yes, you know how it's similar in the Bible when God has.
So it's a curse to have black skin?
Just listen to me. In the Bible, when God comes into the garden and he grabs the snake, the serpent, and he says, "Snakes will no longer walk," and he takes the devil. You know how he takes the devil, snakes. Slide on their belly
it's
now?
a curse to have no legs.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes, a curse like that. Yes.
Yeah, Gabriel?
The demons were cursed. The demons were cursed.
He's got
to have-
legs. It just don't work,
Listen.
right?
Listen to me. The demons. It wasn't okay. The demons were.
Sorry, man. There's an inside joke there that you don't know.
Sorry. It wasn't the race black. God just cursed them, not with the race. So God just cursed them and said, "You will have black skin."
So it's a curse to have black skin.
Yes, but it was nothing with racial.
How?
Demons are not.
Okay, but what you're saying is it's a bad thing to have black skin. If not, why did he give him black skin?
I don't know why God gave human black skin. I don't know.
Okay, so they I'm not talking about humans. You're saying the angels, right? You said the angels acted out, they did bad, so they're cursed.
Because
so they're being,
sin.
Hold on, let me finish.
Sin.
Let me finish. So they're being
God cursed them.
Let me please let me finish. So they're being cursed, so they're being punished. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, great.
The demons.
Awesome. So they're being punished. Hold on. Bad timing.
He
But
doesn't
also, thank you.
even know Mormonism. The Native Americans were cursed with dark skin for like losing the tablets Jesus gave them or something.
I don't know about I don't know if that's true. Anyways, so the curse that was given to him, the punishment that was given to them was to have black skin.
Yes, just the
okay.
demons.
Great. So then having black skin is a punishment.
Yes, it was only to the demons. That's it.
So then why did
It
the
was
Mormons
only-
treat black people?
Okay. So can you give me the symmetry breaker on why humans having black skin is not a punishment, but angels having black skin is?
Bro, because they decided to go they decided, "Oh, I'm going to join the devil and the devil I'm going to be with the
that's
devil."
why they were punished. I'm saying, why is it a
Yes.
punishment for angels, but not a punishment for humans?
Oh, because God
like-
made humans like that.
What?
Humans aren't even, bro. God made
So
when God made-
you're telling me this. You're telling me angels were like they got their black skin. They're like, "Ah!" And then black people got their black skin. They're like, cool.
No, I'm saying is when the demons were pitch black because of their sin. God cursed them with that. It was nothing racial.
So it's a punishment.
Now, when God made human beings, right?
Yep.
It's nothing. It's not for their sin. It's just it's a race. That's all it is. There's different.
But
there's
what I'm
so many
saying is,
races.
why is it a bad thing to give somebody black skin? That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't know. God made the world. God didn't make the world. God didn't make black people to think, "Oh, these black people."
Okay, so
are.
let me just ask you. Let me hypothetical world. Let's say God comes down to you. He's like, you did something you shouldn't have done, and he's looking at you. He's like, hey man, what's your name again?
My name?
Yeah.
My name is Jordan.
All right. He's like, hey Jordan, you did something you shouldn't have done, and because you have done something you shouldn't have done, I'm going to punish you by making your skin black.
Yes. Yeah, but that wouldn't necessarily be racist because I deserve that punishment.
But why is it a punishment? That's what we're trying to ask you.
No,
That's
I'm saying
that's what I'm saying. Would you be upset that he made your skin black?
Would I be upset? Yeah, I would be upset because I was born this way. I was born light skin. I was born my normal self, and then God, like, if you asked a black person and a God said, "I'm going to give you white skin," they would be upset because they were born
let's
that
try
way.
it. All my black watchers right now. If God made you white, would you be upset? He's like, I'm going to punish you by making your skin white. Would you be all like, dang?
Yeah, it would be.
Would you be like angry and upset, or would you be like, damn, I get some of that privilege now? Some people, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Blackwashing, no. Some people, yes. Some people, no. Damn, y'all, everyone racist.
I think it's fair to say you wouldn't want to change your skin color. It's like
I wouldn't
who you are.
care. I wouldn't care if God wanted to come down and make me black. I'll be black, whatever.
Not that
who
it's like
cares?
not that it's a punishment,
also,
but just that it's not who
and
you are.
And you have to know it wasn't like when God cursed the demons with black skin, it wasn't like it was brownish. It was like it was pitch black. They were
So is your argument is your argument here then if God wanted to punish black people, he'd make their skin white?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying is because you said if God came down and made your
I'm just
skin
trying
black,
to figure out how getting black skin is a punishment.
You're trying to say it was just the
getting black
demons.
skin isn't a punishment. No.
So then
You already said it was a punishment.
Why did the Mormons treat them bad?
If someone is born black, they are not punished. Were not cursed at all. They are God.
That's not my argument. My argument is why is making the angels black a punishment? Like, what makes it bad?
What makes it bad, bro? Because God just punished. I don't know. God punished them. It wasn't the skin color. It was fully dark blackness. It wasn't brown. It was fully. It was like demonic black.
Okay.
Their souls were black. It was demonic. That's what I mean by
why
black.
did you originally say that black people are black because their ancestors were those angels? Why did you say that originally?
No, I did not say that. Black people are not.
You 100% did say that. No, you might be doubling back, but you did say that.
No, I did not say that. Black people come from their black ancestors.
Did I have a schizophrenic episode where I just imagined it? Like,
I don't remember.
I did not say that, brother. No, I never said that.
He did say that there was nothing that they never treated black people like. He's double.
I did say that, yes. But what I mean by the angels were black, God cursed them with black, is because their souls, they were physically demonic. That's what I meant by black.
I'm gonna pray to the Lord.
So
I'm gonna pray. So here's what I realized talking to you and my chat today. I'm gonna pray to the Lord that everybody just swaps races. Just like all white people become black and black people become white.
I think
we all live in a season in each other's shoes.
You're going off of, brother.
Y'all a bunch of racists. Everyone.
No, yours. Okay. I don't know if you're clearly understanding because you're saying is you're trying to say is God cursed the demons with black, like just with black skin, and you're affirming it to like, oh, like it's black people. That isn't not true at all. God cursed them.
That's not the logical leap I'm doing. No. But I'm saying is God cursed them with black skin.
God cursed them with darkness, with black, a dark soul, a demonic entity. God cursed them with that because they decided to go with the devil. That's why.
You know what would happen if every like white person was all of a sudden made black if we did that like analogy I did?
I feel like you're not clearly understanding.
You know what would happen?
Why are you going to this argument?
I can guarantee you for like a whole month, there'd just be so many N-words just flying out into the sky. They'd be like, I could say it now. And they all start saying everyone. I guarantee you that would happen. For sure. What do you think? What do you think if like every black person became white? What do you think they would do? Would be like the first thing they would do?
They would probably
Nothing.
Never mind. Let me not say it. I feel like
we already know you're racist, man.
I'm not racist. How? I feel like you. No offense. I feel like both of you are misunderstanding me. Because the demons were not, they had nothing to do with race at all. God cursed them with a dark soul. I said this multiple times.
But I don't even care about the angels. I just don't understand.
I feel like we beat in this. I feel like we beat in this topic to a dead horse. Do you have a reason I should leave Christianity and join the LDS? Beating this topic with a dead horse. That's what I just said. Yep. That's words that came out of my face. I can't hear you all of a sudden. Still can't hear you. I don't know what happened if you.
Joseph Smith smited him.
The LDS true. The church is true. And I think you should come. And I think it is the true.
Why? I'm asking why.
The true testament of God.
No, that I need a why.
Okay. Well, I think it is better than any other religion out there.
Based off of the, okay, great. You think that. I don't.
Okay. Tell me why you don't think that.
Because I just don't.
Bro, all you're gonna do is you're gonna take someone's answer and be like, oh, bro, it's a cult, it's demonic, it's a cult. Joseph Smith was visited by a demon. That's all you Christians say.
You have literally done nothing. You have given no evidence. You just went on a rant about the you brought up the black skin. I'd just like to say we didn't do that. That was like 10 minutes of just talking about black skin. You've done nothing to convince us.
Dang. Hey, you guys want to read something with me?
Yes.
2 Nephi 5:21 was just brought to my attention. It says, "And he had caused the cursing to come upon them, yea, even a sore cursing, because of their iniquity. For behold, they had hardened their hearts against him, and they had become like unto a flint. Wherefore, as they were white and exceedingly fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing unto my people, the Lord God did cause a skin of blackness to come upon them."
Oh, look at that.
Damn.
Yes, because they were God did that to them because they were punished. Yes.
Yeah. So, oh my gosh.
And thus said the Lord God, I will cause that
but that
they
didn't
shall
come
be
from demons,
loathsome unto my people. So they shall,
That didn't come from demons.
save they shall repent their iniquities. And cursed shall be the seed of him that mixes with their seed, and they shall be
That
cursed.
didn't come from demons.
I'm still reading. And they shall be cursed even with the same cursing. And the Lord spake it. I always think spake is a funny word. It's like spank. And it was done. And because of the cursing which was upon them, they did become an idle people. Oh, so they did become people.
Oh my word.
Full of mischief and subtlety, and did seek out the wilderness for beasts and prey. And the Lord God said to me, they shall be a scourge unto the seed, to stir them up in remembrance of me. Inasmuch as they will not remember me and hearken unto my words, they shall scourge them into destruction. So they did become people.
Sorry, what you say? Oh, I think you're misunderstanding, but y'all can have a nice day. And y'all,
He's
I
been
think
voted
the
off
thing
as
is
too.
you're mistaking the race thing.
I've just
It's
read it.
literally not.
And he's gone. Appreciate you, bro.
That was fun.
Appreciate you.
That was a good time.
Yeah, we haven't. Oh, my goodness.
You don't usually let the Mormons stay. What?
Well, I figured, It's because I don't know anything about LDS, right? I just have to make assumptions. So it's hard to debate something you don't know anything about. So you just kind of have to. So I figured, hey, we'll see where it goes. Maybe I'll get cooked. I don't care. If I get cooked, I get cooked. What's going to happen? What's going to happen?
I'm not really
Somebody
worried
said
about the Mormons.
somebody said words to me and I was wrong about their words. And then all of a sudden, people kind of make fun of me for a week, and then they forget about it because something else happened. Oh no! Please don't let that happen. Let's move on. Holy potato. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to join. I'm also a Christian, by the way.
All right, based. God bless.
Potatoes are delicious.
Yeah, I don't.
If you don't like potatoes, there's something wrong with you.
Big time. I like every form of potato.
Rotten.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm good. I'm 21.
All right, bro.
How are you doing?
I'm good, man. Can you convince me to leave
That's
Christianity?
Well, convince you to leave Christianity. I mean, me personally, I have a issue with the theological side of it, where it's kind of like, do you believe in the Trinity?
Yep.
Yeah. So, how many gods died on the cross?
One.
Okay, one God died on the cross. So God dies. How does that make sense?
You haven't derived any sort of contradiction. What do I have to answer here? You just said God dies on the cross. Yeah, that's the entire Christian faith, right there. You nailed it. It's almost like that's what we believed since the beginning.
I understand
nobody's ever thought about this.
Okay.
How does God die on the cross? That's literally like the whole foundation of why Christianity like doesn't make sense to start, because everybody's like, what? You follow a God that died? That's the earliest archaeological evidence of Christianity is graffiti making fun of Jesus because he was a God that died on a cross.
Really?
Yeah.
It's actually an interesting, cool fact. But, you know, I feel like, so I'm Muslim, right? So
Shocker.
I have the theology.
Couldn't figure that out by the first question.
I was just letting you know. I don't know. You seem a little like offended by the question.
No one's offended. I'm just like,
funny.
I'm just having fun. I'm just having a good time. You want to
Have fun. Have fun. Hey, listen, it's your live stream, man. You actually did a great job setting up the live stream. It looks great.
Thank you, man.
I'll give you that.
I appreciate you.
You know, I know how much it costs, like the mics, cameras, everything. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Yep. But yeah, no. So like,
you heard that, ladies and gentlemen. You heard how much it costs. That donut bar is looking pretty empty. I'm just saying.
Yeah, actually donate to him. I'm not gonna lie. It's actually it's very hard to start up your own live stream connected to a phone.
I like this guy.
And then,
I like this guy. Maybe I should become.
Also having TikTok studio, all those things.
Yeah.
I understand that, but you know, I feel as if the theological side of Christianity never really rang to me.
Okay.
Right? Like, I mean, I don't have an issue with following like. I don't have an issue. Like, I mean, I live in America. Like, I have a lot of Christian homies. I don't really have, you know, Jewish homies. I don't even know if I could say that on the thing.
You can't say Jewish homie?
I can't. I don't know if I can say Jewish because TikTok's weird when you say that word.
Oh, yo, hold on.
Saluting face emoji.
Bro, I feel like I got to give you a percentage of that if it wasn't for you. I'm not going to, but like, I have that feeling.
Hey, listen, it's okay. Listen. Give him more donos because it costs more than $5,000 and more money to set things up. He deserves more donations. It's a hard operation to run, and he's on here. How many hours a day are you on here?
A lot.
We do about 4 hours.
3 days a week.
4 hours. It takes a lot of energy to kind of, because you're talking to so many people. It definitely, because at a point, you definitely get tired from talking. Whatever. I understand it, bro. Don't worry. I'm in sales and marketing, so I get it.
Just real quick. Silent, bro, thank you so much for the very generous donation. I do appreciate it, although I got to rebuke everybody. Listen, we can't have like one or two, what do you call them, fat cows here. That's not what I mean. Let me finish. That supply everybody. We got, listen, everybody gave $1. No, this guy wouldn't have to give 400 of it. That's all I'm saying. All right, man.
Anyway,
so
I think you can say Jewish.
I have no idea what
I
you
don't
can
know.
say. I get bananaed every 5
TikTok
seconds.
is sensitive.
Yeah,
So,
it gets weird when you say that word, or if you say like STIN person. You know who the STIN person is? The STIEN list.
Oh
yeah. All right, man. As much as I'm having a good time, what do you got for me? Why should I leave Christianity?
Well, I told you, as the theological side of it, I feel like if you want to be a logical person, right? If you want to have your faith derived in logic, I feel like for me personally, Islam was the truth because
I'm going to call you out. You say you have to be a logical person. Your faith has to be derived in logic. Which logical system?
I didn't say have to. I said if you want to.
If you want to, great. Yeah, okay. So if you want it to be, and I do, can I ask you which logical system that you used and what are those rules of the logical system that you used to conclude Islam is true?
So, I mean, I know what the Aristotelian 3 laws of logic are, but I mean, those are just a couple laws of logic from a certain person. I mean, it's law of non-contradiction, the principle of identity, law of excluded middle. Well, those are just laws of logic from a specific person. It doesn't determine reality, right? Obviously, you as a human have your own understanding of things.
There are different modes of logic. I agree with you. But that's classical logic. So if you're going to hold to Aristotelian, right, which is classical logic, can you tell me why under classical logic ideas, I should reject Christianity? Why is it illogical?
I would say the principle of identity, right? I mean, if you want to go off those laws of logic, those specific ones, right? So we can have middle ground, obviously, that we can agree upon, right? I would say the principle of identity, because as we would say is God doesn't. So for us, God doesn't get unalived. We don't believe that. We would believe that as a very disrespectful thing to God. That's where our morality comes from, right? And I'm pretty sure you probably, I don't know. I mean, you're a Christian,
Okay.
but if someone was
So,
to say
so
the Father was to get
our
unalived,
God does get unalived. How does that break the law of identity?
well, it's not even just him getting unalived, but the reason why he got unalived for it was because there had to be a blood sacrifice for the sin to be forgiven.
No,
Right?
no, doesn't have to be.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
explain that, because from what I knew was basically there had to be a lamb of
Half
sacrifice.
requires that it's a necessity. It's not a necessity. It's just a method that God used.
So it's a method that God used.
Mhm.
So how come he used this method?
Because it worked. Look how many Christians there are.
I mean, yeah, like sure you can say it worked, but there's a lot of Muslims as well too that don't believe that God used that method.
Yeah, sure.
So it makes the difference of people would still believe God is God if he didn't have a method of unaliving.
Yeah, how do you know? How do you know that it wouldn't rise?
Rise.
Like,
What
how do you
do
know
mean?
if God? How do you know that if God didn't use a different method, that it would just like die out in the ancient Near East, like most vast majority of religions do, that have like all of a sudden a spark, they just die out after like 100 years or so.
Because Islam is still here, and people don't believe that God had to unalive himself to use that method, right? Islam is still here. Islam is still
Yeah, but
prevalent.
Islam is built off the backs of Christianity, like the Islamic dilemma.
You're bringing up the Islamic dilemma.
Yeah. So like
That's
Christianity is the catalyst for Islam. So you saying, well, Islam is here. Well, Islam is only here because of the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. It even says in your own Quran that it was made to appear that way, that God made it appear so. So even Allah thought that it was such a good method that he allowed it to appear that way, even though Jesus was never put on the cross.
I mean, obviously, okay, yeah, you're saying it's the method, but the reason why I believe that method was used to replace, right, and actually save him was because Jesus was a political issue.
That's a red herring. My whole point is you're like, why does it have to be a blood sacrifice? What I'm saying is it didn't have to be, but it's a really good method. It was really effective. It was so effective that even Allah made it appear to be that way.
And what I'm answering to you is basically the reason why Allah, which is God, you could just say God, right? Everybody knows it's God.
I say
right?
Allah. I say Allah because then we know the referent that I'm talking about.
So
When I say
different-
Allah, you
okay.
understand it's the Islamic version of God.
So Allah, God, right? I'll just use God, but God,
Well,
right?
but-
the reason why I say he used that method for Jesus.
We're gonna get confused on which book we're talking about if we just use them synonymously. Like, I know Allah just means the God. I know that, right? But for the sake of just like keeping semantics,
I'll use
easier to
Allah. I'll
navigate,
use
just-
Allah.
yeah,
I'll use
cool.
Allah. Okay. Allah. The reason why Allah used that as switched it out with another person, or it just made it appear as so, was basically because Jesus was supposed to be a political issue. He was a political issue because he posed an issue to the king at that time.
Yeah.
Right?
And then guess
Because he
what?
had different
Then
ideology.
but guess what happened? Well, it doesn't matter why you think the reason is. Guess what happened? The earliest Christians believed that Jesus was a sacrifice. Right? I can show you writings from Christians that are in the same generation as his followers. They knew their followers that literally talk about Jesus being a sacrifice. You're going to tell me Allah didn't know that was going to happen?
Wait, so you're saying, okay, so you're saying earlier Christian people believe that Jesus was a sacrifice.
The earliest writing of Christianity that ever exists is 1 Corinthians 15:3 that literally says that Jesus Christ died and resurrected. So it's the foundation of this ideal, and Allah allowed it to be so. And you're saying, well, this seems like a silly method, but here's the problem. Your own Quran says it was a good method.
I never said it's a silly method. Never said it's a bad method. What I'm saying is it doesn't have to be the method.
Then why did Allah do
it's
it?
Like,
Why didn't Allah do a different method?
would the method was the method is different. What do you mean?
Allah made it appear that way. So all the earliest believers all believed that Jesus was a sacrifice. So Allah thought it was a good method and he used it. Why didn't he do a different method?
Well, I mean, people knew that. There were also some people who knew the truth, right? That's what actually is different. People who actually knew the truth, right? There were earlier Christian writings where people also believed that Jesus wasn't sacrificed.
Who?
Can I bring you up a source?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Bring it up. Yeah, no. Yeah, so Jesus wasn't. So there were earlier Christian. There were different tribes that believed that. So let's see. I don't have it off the top of my head. I could definitely. I've seen this before though. Dude, I had to get my computer out for this. So, I mean, I just did a quick Google search about it. I mean, there's definitely nuance to it, but it does say people like Ignatius or Antioch.
Ignatius?
I don't know. That's what it says on here.
That is not true.
But-
I'm reading Ignatius right now. That's like what I do on my off time. I'm reading Ignatius. He 100% believed that Jesus Christ was crucified.
Influence. It says earlier Christians had diverse beliefs regarding Jesus' sacrifice. Some, like Ignatius of Antioch, believed that Jesus was not crucified, a view that later influenced Islamic teachings. Ignatius's letter indicate that there.
Where are you getting this from?
Google.
Is it Google or is it ChatGPT?
Google.
You got to turn off your camera, bro. We had a hard rule on cameras here.
Is it Google AI?
No, it's not. It just says Magnesians, chapter 1, something like that.
I'm literally,
That's what it says.
that's the book I'm reading right now. I'm halfway through that book.
Well, I mean, I have it pulled up on Google, so I mean,
What
like,
page? I could pull it up. What page does he say that Jesus was not crucified? I'm very curious. Maybe you're right.
The page.
Right now I'm on chapter 7.
Quotations.
Well, let's just make sure I am on that book.
These are short chapters.
Oh no, I'm on Trillions. So that was the book before.
There were oral.
Yeah,
Were
Magnesians.
there oral statements consistent with gospel? How can we determine what they said?
I'm pretty sure if I read that entire book, I finished that book. I'm on to the next book after it. So I'm pretty sure I would remember if he said that Jesus was not crucified.
I mean, I'll take your word for it, but I mean, then I don't know why. I mean, I showed you what my Google said, but you know.
But here, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna show it to you if you don't believe me. Hold on.
I believe you. I take your word for it.
Okay.
But like a Google search, like, I mean, I searched it up. I showed you my source.
But I read the whole book.
The earlier belief. It says the epistle of Ignatius to the Magnesians,
Epistle.
chapter 1.
Epistle. Okay.
Epistle.
They're not long chapters. I can read the whole chapter. Reason for, the epistle of Ignatius to the Magnesians, having been informed of the godly love as so well ordained, I rejoice greatly and determined to commune with you in your faith of Jesus Christ. For as one who has been thought worthy of the most honorable of all names in those bonds, but which I bear about, I commend the churches in which I pray for union both of the flesh and the spirit of Jesus Christ, the constant source of our life and the faith of our love, to which nothing is preferred, but especially, everybody gets mad at me, of Jesus and the Father, in whom, if we endured all the assaults of the prince of this world and escaped on them, we shall enjoy God. That's the entire first chapter.
It's much longer. I mean, there's chapter 1. It goes up to chapter 2, and it's much longer. Is this the exact one? Because I can open my camera and I can show it to you, but I mean,
I have the book in front. I have every single church father writing that's ever been done. I own it. It's right in front of me on my iPad.
Well, hold on. Theological. I mean, it's right here in front of me. I mean, I can literally. It says the early Christian beliefs in the non-crucifixion of Jesus, historical testimonies, and religious ironies. The early Christian.
Hold up. I'm gonna pull it up on my computer.
You can pull it up, on the computer. Pull up the source as well too, right? Google search would help you out.
Well, I'm not going to use Google. I'm just going to use the book.
The second key point of Ignatius' letter is his outright rejection of Judaism. In the same letter to the Magnesians, Ignatius states that to profess Jesus Christ while continuing to follow Jewish customs is an absurdity. He goes on to assert that Christianity does not look to Judaism, but rather that Judaism looks to Christianity.
All right, hold on one sec. Where in here does it say that Jesus Christ was not a sacrifice, was not crucified? Which chapter?
Now it becomes scroll up. I mean, and obviously Google might not be giving me verbatim, but maybe a summary of it. But if you scroll up chapter 1, because
I just read
that's
the
the one that
entire
they have
chapter.
in.
I just read it out loud to you. They're not long
Um,
chapters. They're paragraphs.
Why is mine different than yours, though?
Probably because you're getting it from an AI source.
I'm not getting it from an AI source. I showed you my camera. It was Google. It was
Google AI.
The Epistle of Ignatius to the Magnesians, right? Writing
Right there.
the reason of writing. Yeah, no, we should have the same one. It says for mine, it says Ignatius mentions the arrival of Damas, their bishop, and other Sikhs whom he exhorts them to reverence, withstanding he was a young man. Ignatius, who was also called Theophorus, to the blessed church by the grace of the God and Father. Is that what yours says?
Where?
Yeah, it says,
I don't know what you're reading.
I mean, I feel like I'm going to open my camera. You're going to be like,
You
turn off
cannot
your
open your camera. No, you just need to tell me what
And-
you're reading.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's hard to explain. I mean, I'm showing. You can search it up. It says.
Are you reading chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 7, chapter what?
I'm reading chapter 1.
Chapter 1, having been informed of your godly love so well ordered, I rejoice greatly and determine to commune with you in your faith in Jesus Christ. I'm not reading it again. We just read the whole thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, yours is definitely different than mine. I don't know why. I don't know how come.
Because you're
But,
using
I mean-
Google. I'm reading his
What-
book. This is a
yeah.
book that I purchased with money.
I agree with you. The Google's because I haven't read the book. You have read the book, right?
Yep.
So you obviously know about the book personally, right? But I'm using Google because the reason why I'm using it's giving me a summary of what he said. That's what it is.
Yeah,
I don't know why the summary is
AI
different
caps,
than
bro.
yours.
AI lies to you. I used to use AI,
AI
all the
knows I'm
time. I've
Muslim?
stopped using it because I realized how much it lies.
Really? So you think AI is just lying to me?
It has.
And it's not even just AI,
I went. No, I'm gonna tell you a story that's gonna help you. I had a debate with a Muslim, right, specifically on the marriage of Aisha, like a formal debate. And when I was preparing for that formal debate, I was trying to use AI to find sources. I was trying to get it to pull up hadiths that talked about it. One of the hadiths it pulled up to me, I tried to find the original because I never just trust what it said. I'd get it to find the thing and then I go look for the original hadith. So I was using it as a reason to look. I couldn't find it. I'm like, where is this hadith? It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. And I kept asking the AI. I was like, why is it? Where is it? What's going on here? Eventually, it straight up told me that it combined the ideas of 3 hadiths and made it into one hadith. It told me that. The AI said it. It's like, I made it into one new hadith, but it has the same idea and feel.
What AI were you using?
I was using Claude.
You were using Claude, and Claude made that mistake.
That's what Claude told me.
Or
yeah.
not mistake, but it kind of summarized. It didn't do exactly what you were saying.
It did not give me the hadith. It gave me the idea of 3 hadith made into one. It literally said it did that.
Damn.
And at that point, I was like, I'm done with this. I'll use AI as a search engine, but I will not use it for a source.
Really?
And if I do, I tell people. Like I Googled with the Mormon guy earlier. I said, I'm just reading the AI overview, but that's what it says.
Mm-hmm.
And then I turned out to be wrong anyway. So
Turn out to that's interesting. That's the whole different thing. But I mean, I guess I do remember there being different tribes that believed in it. I remember like specific ones, but I don't remember exactly right now. But I mean, this is what Google's telling me. I mean, I think I have to maybe go read it for myself or something.
there are people that came. There are people who come 200-300 years later that says he was never sacrificed. He was never crucified.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but those are 200-300 years later. My argument is that the earliest people believed this.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, of course they would, because that's kind of how it appeared to be so.
Right. So then Allah made it appear to be that way, which was the whole original argument.
But that's
so therefore it's an effective method, because for at least 200-300 years, that's what people believed.
it was supposed to be an effective method to save Jesus, though. It wasn't to establish
Did
him
Allah
as
know?
a
Did
God.
Allah know that people were going to start believing right away that he was a sacrifice?
real people who actually knew like theology and certain things like that, they didn't believe. I believe if you were to have
But
your
you have
own
no
ground of
data of
logic,
that. You have no evidence that these real people even existed.
not real people, but in the sense of like people who
I assume
were,
quotes.
quote unquote Muslim, because in Islamic theology,
Yeah,
like we
yeah.
believe that everybody
Prove to me a
Islam was the
single
first
Muslim
religion.
for the first century. I triple dog dare you. Quadruple
Okay,
dog dare you.
so look, right, the term Muslim, right, like
I know what the
it
term
was
means.
established later. It was established later in the Islamic
Mm-hmm.
tradition when Muhammad came, of course, right? But we believe that Islam was here since the beginning
Yes, I
of
know.
time.
Can you prove that to me?
Prove you the word Muslim?
No, not the
The
word.
Muslim
The word
theology?
Muslim. The word Muslim just means somebody who follows one God. That's all it is. If that's what you're going to say, then yeah, Muslims always existed, and they still exist, and they're called Jews and Christians and Latter-day Saints, and those people are all Muslims.
No. Jews aren't Muslims though. And
Then what's your
Latter-day
definition
Saints
of
wouldn't be
Muslim?
Muslims either.
Then what's your
It
definition of
would
Muslim?
be it would be someone who doesn't believe in God being in this realm or him intervening
Someone who
within this
doesn't
realm.
believe God is in
They're
this
not
realm.
intervening, but a
Okay.
Never heard that before.
physical God.
Show me a physical God, a God that has never entered in its creation. Correct?
In the sense of with like human like figures and certain
Yeah.
things
Okay,
like
so
that.
it's never anthropomorphized as a human in creation.
Yeah.
Right. Show me a single Muslim from back then. Go ahead.
I mean, there's not specifically quote unquote Muslims, but there's people who align with that theology.
Yeah, show
of it.
him to me.
Okay, well, there's a guy during Greek times. His name was Xenophae, right? And
Xenophae?
yeah, you can search it up. It was I think that's what his name was.
What was he? A philosopher? What was he?
Yeah, he was a Xenophase of Colophon or something. I don't know, bro.
Xenophase of Colophon.
But basically that
Pagan.
there were
A Greek philosopher. You're thinking he's a Muslim.
You see, like in the sense of following the theology of God, yes, because at that time people had the Greek mythology that they would follow, which was Zeus. Who else? Hermes, all these different people. But his theology of God was similar to a Muslim's. And this is before
Zeus?
BC. This is what he means. That's the Greek mythology. Zeus is in the Greek mythology, and he's a Greek philosopher.
You said that's similar to the Muslim belief.
I never said that. I don't know what you're getting at.
That's what I'm
I
confused.
said at the time where he lived, in an area where they believed in the Greek
he also believed in
mythology.
multiple gods. Just from a quick search from Plato, right? So here's a quote by him that says, "One God, greatest among gods and men."
I mean, I guess that's how he talks, but he's a Greek at Greek times, but he does believe in the highest of gods, though, the highest God.
Yeah, but you believe in other gods?
I wouldn't use the word gods because we know that term shouldn't be used to give to someone else.
Okay,
right? And you wouldn't call other people gods
and
yourself.
so your argument is that this guy was the Muslim at this point, and he was actually a Christian because Christians were early Muslims.
Well, I mean, a Muslim in the sense of the theology of God. Yes, I mean he didn't follow.
But he was a Christian.
Like
he was part of the Christian group and part of those things. He was the original Muslim at this point, because if Jesus came and taught Islam and he was the original Muslim and he's a prophet from Islam, then he would have had to be a guy who followed Jesus.
Well, see, we don't know what happens in the future, right? But during that time, with what we're given.
Question.
I mean, what we're given. I mean, it makes sense that he follows the theology of Islam.
All right, man. I appreciate your time. You're a nice guy, but I'm going to jump on. God bless.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. You have a good time too, but I don't understand how you want me to answer if he's going to follow Jesus.
It's a straight up question, man. It just feels like a Dodgerino. A little Dodgerino. And we've been talking for a hot minute.
But you know what? He brought up things I'd never heard before.
Yeah, fair enough. Rada, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yo, what's good? I'm 21.
All right, man. Why should I leave Christianity?
Oh yeah, I'll give the argument, but I just want to also clarify before, if that's okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so this isn't relevant to the argument. I'm just intrigued into your thoughts. And what do you believe is proof of the Trinity in the Old Testament?
Proof of the Trinity? What do you mean by a proof?
Yeah. Like when it's just conveyed in the Old Testament, not like verbatim. Yeah, there are three persons, one person, each one are co-substantial as Father, Son, Holy Spirit. It's like an implication of the actual doctrine of three
Yeah.
persons. One
Yeah, I think the best is probably going to be Genesis. You got feedback. I don't know if you're listening to me in the background or something, but
No.
test. I'm not sure where to go if I gotta listen to myself.
I don't think you are.
You don't think I can hear myself?
I wouldn't know because it's fine on my end.
What?
It's fine on my end.
We can all the chat.
Yeah, we can all hear it, man.
The feedback?
Yeah, there's feedback. And every time I say something, half a second later, I hear my own voice.
How about whenever you speak, I'll be mute then.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
We could try that.
Yeah, I think the best case for seeing the Trinity in the Old Testament would probably be Genesis 15 through 19, where you see the three persons show up front of Abraham. Two of those persons go to Sodom, and then it says it rains fire from Yahweh rained fire from Yahweh. I think that's probably the best visual representation of the Trinity.
All right, thank you. Just so there's no feedback, right? Would you be mute?
No, I'm not going to mute myself.
All right, great. So my argument as to why Jesus is going to be created is simply Proverbs chapter 8, verse 22. Could you read it first?
Pause. What does that have to do with the topic?
Yeah, convincing you to leave Christianity. If I prove Jesus is created, it would prove the doctrine of the Trinity false. If the doctrine of the Trinity is false, by virtue of that, it would make Christianity false. If Christianity is false, wouldn't you just leave Christianity?
Why wouldn't I just appropriate some heretical viewpoint and then my whole life would actually just remain the same?
Okay, let me also clarify. Is the Trinity true?
Yep.
Great. If the Trinity were to be false, would Christianity then be false?
The current idea of Christianity would no longer be true.
Great. Would you leave it then?
No. We would appropriate a new idea.
But in a sense, you would be leaving what is the current view of Christianity to appropriate a heretical view, correct? So in a sense, you'd be leaving Christianity to appropriate a different view.
Yeah, but for all intents and purposes, my life as a Christian would remain exactly the same.
But you'd still be leaving Christianity, which is the crux of your prompt.
It's a semantic thing and a very uninteresting argument.
What do you mean?
I don't find this argument that interesting.
The interest of the argument doesn't really matter if it's dependent on your salvation.
I don't think believing in the Trinity is a dependency of salvation. I think it's a dependency to be a Christian.
And what's the dependency to get salvation?
Okay, I'll answer this question, and then we're probably going to move on because the feedback's driving me nuts. So the dependency of salvation is to trust in Jesus Christ and to trust in his sacrifice on the cross. And God gives grace where he gives grace.
Yeah, great. But I just want to ask a question. You already admitted that you'd be leaving Christianity in a sense, so that will just prove the prompt. Then you just say, okay, maybe I'll just appropriate a heretical viewpoint.
You would technically, if you convinced me the Trinity was false, you would technically be correct and win the prompt. But it's a boring conversation. It doesn't change anything. That's what I'm trying to say.
So basically, you don't have the conversation on Jesus being the creator, being purely based on the fact that it may be boring.
Yeah, I find the Trinity conversation one of the most boring conversations ever.
So you don't want to hear the argument?
Not particularly, but if you really want to insist and you really want to push on it, sure, give your argument.
Great, yeah. So could you just open up Proverbs chapter 8, verse 22
just give
first?
your argument.
Yeah, I just want you to read Proverbs 8:22.
And I want you to pay me $1 million.
Huh? What relevance does that have? Okay, fine, bro. Just okay. In Proverbs chapter 8, verse 22, I'll read it for the crowd, okay? So Proverbs chapter 8, verse 22. It says, the Lord brought me forth as the first of his works before his deeds of old. Now, this is just referring to the wisdom. Who is the wisdom in this context? Well, we'll see in, I believe it's 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 24. Paul identifies this wisdom as Christ. He says Christ is the wisdom of God. But hold up. Could it just be two different wisdoms now? No, this can't be the case. Why? Well, we have Justin Martyr, for one, and Eusebius. Eusebius, in his proof of the gospel, book 5, chapter 1, states the Lord created me as the beginning of his ways. And now he states this is just going to be referencing the begotten Son, i.e. Christ. We also have Benson's commentary, who states that this would be a made, meaning a creation-wise. We also have, I believe it's Justin Martyr, as I've already stated previously, who states the Lord created me the beginning of his ways for his works. The context is just Jesus appearing to the old prophets. This is seen in dialogue with Tryford, chapter 129. So my argument is this, right? According to the interpretation of Proverbs chapter 8, verse 22, the subject, the wisdom, would just be created. If the wisdom is just going to denote Christ, as Paul identifies it as, that would make Christ indirectly created. So what's going to be the contention with the actual argument? Go ahead.
Is your argument dependent on a hyper-literal reading of a proverb?
Could you disambiguate?
It's a simple question.
Yeah, I'm asking you to disambiguate.
It's a simple question. And
Do
again,
you know
the
what the
feedback,
term
you said you'd
disambiguate
mute
means?
every time I spoke, right? The feedback's driving
my
me nuts, right? Okay. It's a simple question. Is your whole argument, your Gish Gallop, where you mentioned 700 things, dependent on a hyper-literal reading of the Proverbs text?
And I'm asking you to disambiguate.
You don't understand a very simple question like that? What do you mean disambiguate? What do you mean by that?
You don't. Okay, so disambiguate will just imply there's an ambiguity to your statement, and therefore it's asking you to remove such ambiguity.
What?
There's no ambiguity. Everybody in the chat right now, do you understand what I say when I say a hyper literal reading?
I don't know how you can make
I really
that
don't know how to
simpler.
make it any more simpler.
Alright, sure, yes, we'd be taking that reading because that's what the earliest interpretation is.
So you require a hyper literal reading, yes?
Because that's what the earliest interpretation says it is, yeah.
So of a proverb.
On Proverbs chapter 8, verse 22, we would have, for example, Justin Martyr who quotes it, stating, the Lord created me the beginning of his works. He states that the context of this would be Jesus appearing to the old prophets in the Old Testament. This just shows that Jesus would be a created
That's
being.
not saying it's a hyper literal reading, is it?
I'm saying that's what the reading is according to the earliest literature.
Yeah, saying Justin Martyr understands that that's Jesus showing himself does not imply that the proverb is a hyper literal reading, does it?
Can you prove otherwise?
Can you prove that it is? It's your
You
argument.
made the positive claim.
You're
You
making
made
the
the claim.
positive claim. You're making a positive claim that it's a hyper literal
Yeah,
reading. It's a requirement. That's your argument.
Well, I just justified how it's just going to denote Jesus being a created figure, and then you said,
No,
okay,
you did a
is the
Gish
reading
Gallop.
contradictory? Wait, 1 second.
No, stop.
1 second. If
No,
you
it's
can't track my
not on one
arguments,
side.
there's
I
no
track your
issues.
argument. You did a Gish Gallop where you went hyper long and you quoted a whole bunch of people. Then I asked you a clarifying question. The clarifying question is your argument contingent on it being a hyper literal reading, in which you said yes, it requires that. So that means the very first premise that you have needs to be justified before we can say any bit of your argument is true. We need a justification that it's a hyper literal text.
Yeah, so do you want to stop muting me?
I did it once.
Also because of the echo.
And what's the issue with that?
The
I mean, it's
echo?
not. I mean, an echo, yeah, it's not like there's some,
Dog,
for
I'm
example,
trying.
beeping sound from the back.
It's really annoying for both us, the chat, and my wife, and I'm trying to give you grace and allow you to give your argument and give you a stage and get you a platform.
Well, yeah, I provided the actual argument itself, and your response was this. Oh, that's just a bunch of gishgal. Blah, blah, blah. And then you started manifesting, and you wanted to dodge the argument. Yeah, what if I just appropriate heretical viewpoint? Oh, blah blah blah. I was straight dodging from you. It's actually embarrassing. Because at first you dodged, and then you allowed me to.
How is it
present the
dodging?
argument.
Listen, I gave a justification to kick you off. Is the freaking echo that's happening? There's no dodge here. If I'm still with the echo, allowing to give you the argument I didn't want to engage in. Now, again, for your entire argument, your entire Gish Gallop, which was a whole bunch of points, which we'd have to go through step by step, you need to justify the first premise that it's a hyperliteral reading of the text. For me, for any of the other premises to be true, that first premise needs to be true. That's basic logic 101, my friend.
Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, so there's not going to be an induction. It's going to be figurative. That's just going to be a negative assertion. Can you provide the justification as to why there's going to be an induction, which is going to be the case that the reading is going to be figurative? Go ahead.
So your whole argument is that it's literal until you prove me that's not
literal? Are you stupid? I just said there's going to be no induction that it's figurative. Son, I just told you there's no induction that it's going to be figurative. Therefore, I asked you to justify that there's going to be an induction in which is going to be figurative. So again,
So
can you provide
I can give a justification. I can give a justification on why we shouldn't read it literally. It's a proverb.
Son, I said provide the justification for the induction that it is going to be figurative.
Yeah.
Absolute buffoon.
It's a proverb.
Are you slow?
If I say to you, hold on. If I gotta mute you because the feedback and you're refusing to mute yourself. If I say to you, I have a poem, and the poem is put in front of you, and you read the poem and you take a hyperliteral reading of the text, and I ask you, why are you taking a hyperliteral reading of the text? And then you respond back to me and say, well, why are you taking a non-hyperliteral reading of the text? And I respond back with, well, it's a poem. Am I justified in saying that it's a non-literal reading of the text? Or hyperliteral reading, sorry?
This is so ad hoc, bro. Oh my gosh. But again, not
answer the question?
everything in Proverbs. 1 second. So
Answer the question,
not
please.
Everything. Yes, son, just 1 second.
No. It has nothing to do with the proverb. The question I actually asked you, can you answer it?
Yeah, just calm down, though.
All right, then I appreciate your time.
What?
Are you running? You're dodging, and I'm not interested in the semantic rhetoric game. So answer the question.
Well, it's not. Wait, there's no semantic rhetoric. I'm just telling you to calm down there.
Answer the question, or I'm moving on. Which one do you want to do?
I just said I will engage. So can you just calm down
answer the
there
direct question I asked you, or I'm moving on.
Yeah, again, I just answered you.
God bless.
That you.
People telling you to calm down when you're literally.
It's a very strict question. It's a simple question.
So funny.
You can answer the direct question and then show an issue with the question. But if you refuse to engage with it, then you're just showing your dishonesty.
Calm down, as you were just sitting there.
Of course he wanted to get kicked. That's all they do. They just be insufferable until they get kicked, and then they just claim you're running. That's what they all do. I'm pretty sure that is the guy that I banned. I'm a Christian. Can I just have a talk? Oh, sure. Send me a DM and we'll set it up. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Hello? All right. God bless. I do actually find, and I'm not just saying that, I really do find the Trinity argument the most boring and ridiculous argument in the world. And it seems to be the only thing anybody ever wants to talk about. It's almost as boring as God not real dough arguments. Jason, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. How you doing?
Good, man. How old are you? Sorry.
I am 37.
All right, man. Why should I leave Christianity?
So I think the God from the Old Testament is different than Jesus, and that's the whole idea behind Christianity. That they're the same. Based on my readings of the Bible and the Old Testament, the God is very evil.
Okay, what standard do you have to say that he is evil?
Well, he does things like.
No, those are examples. I didn't ask for examples. I asked for a standard.
So I go by a universal standard. So for example, if God was to do it and it somehow be good, right? And then for us to do it, it has to also be good, right? So if
No,
I was
that
to
doesn't follow, right? So
but
for example, right? If a fish eats another
yeah,
fish, that's not a bad thing. But if I eat another human, that's a bad thing.
yeah, but if God floods the whole
Mm.
world and tries to kill off the whole population,
You got to say,
and
you
I
can't
try
say
to
the
do,
K word. You can't say the K word.
oh, okay, sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
So if I destroy a dam and all the people down there disappear, how is, if I do it incorrect and if God does it, he can find some justifications for it.
Yeah, so
And that would
like I said,
be
your
something
logic
that
doesn't follow in the same way a fish can eat a fish, but if I eat another human, so if a fish eats another fish, you wouldn't say an evil thing happened, would you?
I don't think that that's the best way to create
Well,
a creature.
that's fine.
They
That's up to you.
create,
But would you say an evil thing happens? Would you say something evil happens? Would you say that fish is evil for eating another fish?
I don't see the good in it.
All right. There's a direct question. Would you say the
Yeah.
fish is evil for eating
No,
another fish?
no, I don't say that that fish is evil
Great. If I eat
for,
another human, am I evil?
because it's so common. So I'm normalized.
Dog, can you please answer
Right?
direct questions? I'm not interested in people who don't want to actually answer questions I'm asking. Right. So
Yeah, listen.
would you say it's evil if I eat another human?
Yes.
Would you say it's evil if I eat a fish? Or I'm evil?
No.
Sorry, let me be specific. Great. So then we have a category, right? God is not in the same category as humanity. He's not a human. Well, he is, but you know what I mean.
Would a vegan say that you're evil for killing another fish? Because that fish feels pain. I'm so
Are you a
normalized to the
vegan?
fact that fish. I'm not a vegan, but I'm
Okay, so
so
then that's
normalized.
irrelevant.
I'm propagandized in order to see that as normal.
Okay, so you
Right?
just told me you're brainwashed to not believe it's evil?
So if I was just the first person on Earth, and
Wait, did you just admit that you're brainwashed to believe it's not evil?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you
Yeah,
do
that-
think
that
it's evil.
now to the fact it's so desensitized to it. I'm
Right,
so
so then
desensitized.
ultimately at the end of the day, you do think it's evil for me to, you think I am evil for eating a fish.
So going to someone's, see, a fish is out there, right? You catch it on a bait, you put a hook in its mouth, causing it pain. You're dragging it out
Am
of its
I
environment.
evil for eating a fish?
That is an evil act. It's an
Am
evil act.
I evil for eating a fish?
That's not me for me to judge.
All right, appreciate your time, bro.
Like I can't.
I gave you a
can't
warning. If you're not interested in answering direct questions, then we got to move on. Dr. Jonathan Carroll. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I am 35 years old, and good to talk to you.
All right, man. Can you convince me to leave Christianity?
This is an interesting one from what I would share, because as you said with one of the other guests, certain tenements within Christianity, if they were proven false, that would just lead to another idea in regards to Christianity. I would contend that all the tenets of Christianity are a perversion by the adversary of the scripture and the true gospel. That's my position. To convince you to leave Christianity would be more or less getting you to follow Yahweh in spirit and in truth, and not the doctrines that have been perverted of what he has actually said.
What are you a doctor of?
Metaphysics.
You got a PhD in metaphysics?
From the Institute of Divine Metaphysical Research.
Is this a new caller?
Yeah.
Like just now?
Yep. The the Institute of Divine Medical Research is a non-denominational, non-profit organization established by Henry C. Kinnell in 1931 following acclaimed divine vision based on divine metaphysics. So you don't have a real PhD. You got a fake one.
If you want to call it fake.
Yeah, you can't call yourself a doctor.
The Messiah said he would send them out as physicians to heal the nations. The Holy Spirit is the doctorate.
A doctor is not synonymous with physician.
Metaphysician.
So you think that when Jesus said he was going to send physicians, that meant physics?
No. Metaphysician, meaning healing of the soul, healing of the things within a person.
Metaphysics isn't about the soul. Metaphysics is the study of reality. You have a doctorate in that. You should know that.
Metaphysics is the study of reality beyond the physical. Yes.
No, it's just the study of reality.
No, it's the study of reality beyond the physical.
No, it's not.
If you want to take a no, it's not. That's fine.
It's just not. Metaphysics is the study of reality. That's what it is. It can include things beyond the physical, but that's not what it entails entirely. No.
Physics is the study of the physical reality. Metaphysics is the study of the reality beyond the physical.
If you say so. You got the doctorate from the guy who received the divine intervention.
No, he received the same vision that Moses received atop Mount Sinai and the same revelation that John received on the Isle of Patmos. Nothing new, nothing different.
You got the doctorate from the cult leader. I'll believe you.
What vision and revelation did Paul receive? The same one that Yahweh gave Moses, the same one he gave the prophets. Yahweh doesn't change. If Yahweh reveals himself to a man, it's going to be the same thing he already showed men.
Right. So then how do you distinguish between people who are just making it up and people who actually received revelation?
Evidence. Test the breaths. Test the spirit.
Great. So what evidence you got this guy received the divine revelation? What's the evidence?
Well, there's plenty of evidence. For one, my own personal one would be putting you to the test and actually hearing Yahweh, a divine voice from heaven.
So God
That's
told you.
One. No, I took what the man had professed. It was just the best thing I had come across in regards to the scripture. I grew up in a Baptist church in the pastor's household, going to pastoral conventions. That's how I grew up. By 16, I had decided that everybody says that everybody else is wrong and that they're right. Nobody has any proof. In regards to this vision and revelation, when I came across it and when I researched it, it was just the best thing in regards to the scripture that I had come across.
All right. So it's true because of my feelings. I got it.
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. So then you have something outside of your own feelings?
Absolutely.
Yeah. What is it?
I had to have something that gave me confidence to call on Yahweh and truth that
awesome.
I had already.
So what is it that convinced you that this guy is a prophet of God? The guy who gave you your doctorate?
One of the first things that I would present in regards to tangible evidence that I also present to atheists and agnostics, and disregarding the scripture at all, is the tabernacle that Yahweh had Moses and the children of Israel build in the wilderness. That tabernacle is comprised of a threefold tabernacle structure. It's a threefold pattern. That's how it's constructed. It not only lines up with the physical body, but with everything in the universe. It is the tangible evidence that Yahweh provided to prove that he is the deity that created all things that exist.
What's your evidence that the guy who gave you your doctorate is a prophet?
No, that's one of the things that came forth from the vision and revelation. Remember, Yahweh showed Moses the tabernacle. Yahweh showed Moses the breakdown and the completion of the tabernacle. That's the same thing that came forth through the vision and revelation, was how the tabernacle is actually applied, rather than just being a building that sacrifices are done in.
What is your evidence that the guy who gave you your doctorate is a prophet of God?
I don't hold that there are prophets past the Messiah. All the prophets testified of the Messiah's coming.
You said this guy got a revelation from Yahweh himself, right?
Divine vision and revelation. That's the only way a man can be sent to teach you the gospel, is for Yahweh to reveal himself.
What is your evidence that Yahweh actually spoke to this guy who gave you your doctorate? I really want to point that out, that this guy, I really want to focus everybody to know that you don't have a real doctorate. You're calling yourself a doctor, you're not a doctor.
I was born in 1991. The man passed away in 1976. I never met the man.
Then how do you know that he got a revelation from God?
By investigating the claims that were made. How do you know that Yahweh visited the prophet?
So you're
How
just
do
going
you
to do
know, how
two.
do you know
You're
that
just
Yahweh gave Moses a vision?
So you're just going to do two
How do
cocaine
you know?
fallacy?
No, I'm wondering. You're asking me the same similar
Yeah,
question. We're talking about the scripture.
that's a two cocaine
How does,
fallacy by definition.
how does Yahweh? How do you know
Yeah,
that
that's a
Yahweh
two
gave the
cocaine
prophet?
fallacy. Do you know what a two cocaine fallacy is?
Not intentionally, no.
Then why do you keep arguing against it? A two cocaine fallacy by definition is what you're doing. You're saying, hey, I say to you, hey, what is your justification for believing something? And instead of giving me a justification, you just point at something else and say, well, they do the same thing.
No, that's not.
That's
okay,
literally
I'm
what
not
I'm
doing that.
asking you how you know this guy's a prophet or he received revelation from God. And you're just saying, well, how do I know that these other guys received revelation from God? That by definition is the fallacy. So what is your justification to follow this guy who gave you your fake doctorate?
I said I investigated the claims that came.
And then what did you discover?
What did I discover? I discovered that the tabernacle that Yahweh had Moses and the children of Israel build in the wilderness directly correlates to the human body.
That's a
and
conclusion.
Is a testament that Yahweh exists within man.
That's a conclusion. How did you come to your conclusion?
Do you not come to conclusions through investigation of claims?
Yeah, I agree. You have to investigate the claim to come to the conclusion. So you're investigating, and then you're not giving me the details on how you got to the conclusion. You're just giving me the conclusion. So what are the details? What is all the in-between stuff? You start investigation, you discover all these things that lead to this conclusion. What are all the other things?
What are all the other things? Like with the specifically in relation to the human body? Like
I want to know that the man who, again, gave you your doctorate, Mr. Doctor, how do you know that he spoke to Yahweh?
Because I was able to take what he said and speak to Yahweh for myself.
So God told you.
Sure, if that's how you want to take it.
Okay, God just told me 5 minutes ago that you were going to call in and you're just wrong and making shit up.
Well, then it's not true God.
No, yours is not the true God.
Well, prove it.
You prove it.
I call on Yahweh all the time.
I just did too, and he told me you're full of shit.
All the time. That's a claim, and I'm making a claim too. So how do we prove this claim?
I agree. How do we prove this claim?
We prove it by, let's see, do you call Yahweh a liar? Do you make up stuff that he said and just say it? Do you just claim that God told you things?
Do you?
No, not at all.
Me neither.
Oh, okay. I'll take that as an honest position of yours.
Yeah, so now we got a problem. I got God telling me that you're full of shit, and you saying that God told you that you're not.
Okay, now let's provide the evidence for the God that we're claiming spoke to us.
All right, give me the evidence that he spoke to you.
The evidence that I'm pulling up is the tabernacle pattern. Do you have any evidence for the God that you're claiming is the God?
How is the tabernacle pattern proof that he spoke to you?
Because you can't understand the tabernacle in truth unless he reveals it to you.
So your evidence, so that just to be clear, your evidence is something that I cannot understand unless God spoke to me?
No.
That's literally what you said. You said, I cannot understand it unless God spoke to me. So therefore you're providing me a piece of evidence that I'll never be convinced of. How convenient.
When a man is the one explaining it to you that understands it, it's not the man explaining it. It's Yahweh in the man explaining it to you. So that is Yahweh explaining it to you. But it takes him sending someone that he's revealing himself to you to explain it to you.
So what you're saying then is once you explain it to me, because Yahweh himself is doing it through you, that I will just instantly understand it. Because it's God doing it.
No, that is where the choice is. That is the one choice that man has is when Yahweh reveals himself.
I can choose to understand something?
You have a choice to accept or reject when Yahweh shares with you.
But can I understand it?
Through the heart, only if you really want to know him in truth. Then you will be walked on the path of understanding.
So
I
can only be convinced of your evidence if I've already been primed to be convinced of your evidence. I got it.
No.
That's literally what you said. You just said I can't be convinced of your evidence unless I am open to the idea that all your evidence is already true. So unless I've been primed.
That is literally the biblical claim of God himself. That only a man can only search for God if he first claims that he is. first knows that he is. So you have to even search out him is to first walk in the path that he is true. That is doing the exact thing that you're claiming is wrong right now.
So you don't have any evidence.
I'm saying that you have to honestly, in an investigatory manner, walk through the evidence provided to you instead of just slandering it and casting it out to the side.
Yeah, I got it. So just like all the Muslims say, if I read the Quran with an open heart, I'll know it's true.
No.
That's what you said.
I'm talking about Yahweh. I'm not talking about Allah. I'm talking about the one who was manifested in the flesh, seen of angels, preaching to Gentiles, received on up into glory.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the Messiah.
Too.
Hey, is Stryker in the chat? I'm just curious.
No,
Stryker,
he's at lunch.
Oh, he's at
Are
lunch.
you not a Christian?
Me? Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Okay, so if we're talking about the L of the Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and we're talking about following him in spirit and in truth, I'm not talking about some other deity that you can be like, oh, look at this deity. I am actually walking with the same claims in the scripture that you adhere to, which is if you're going to search him out, you must first believe that he is. So you have to accept what he's done before you even have the evidence to prove it, to find out if it's true.
It's crazy. I was convinced of Christianity, and I did not believe that God existed.
Not even a little bit.
Not even a little bit. So, like, that's just nonsense.
That's a lie. You can't be convinced of him if you don't believe that he exists.
That's so lame.
Wait. You can't be convinced of something unless you're already convinced of something?
The scripture says if you're going to search him out, you must first accept that he is.
So to be convinced something is true, you already have to believe it's true. That's your argument. That's
you're
your
not
argument.
arguing with me. You're arguing with
That's
the
your argument.
scripture
No, but just to be clear, your argument is to first believe something, you must already believe it's true. So then the word convince has no meaning.
If you're going to investigate something, you must first.
What does the word convince mean? What does the word convince mean if you have to believe it in the first place to believe it?
I'm not talking about convincing you that God is real.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you if for you to believe something is true, you already have to believe it's true. What does the word even convince mean?
Where are you finding that I'm trying to convince you that Yahweh is true? That's not. So you're.
Dog, your whole argument is for me to believe the things that you believe, I have to already believe the things that you believe. Do you understand how stupid you sound?
That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying that to honestly investigate.
That is literally what you said.
No, I'm saying that you. Bro, I'm saying that to honestly investigate what I'm saying, you must first believe that Yahweh is true. If you as a Christian already believe that the L of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is true, then to walk down the investigatory path in an honest method.
I believe Yahweh is true. I'm a Christian. I don't believe the shit you're saying.
Well, what Yahweh are you talking about?
The one true God of Israel.
Abraham, Isaac.
And who is he and how does he exist?
Dog, are you going to try to convince me with a whole bunch of questions? What's your argument?
The doctrines of Christianity is what I said were wrong, and those are the doctrines that say how Yahweh is.
You literally said the only way I'm going to come to the conclusions that you believe is if I believe in Yahweh. So all you're going to say to me is if I'm not convinced of what you're convinced, then I must not believe in Yahweh. Wow, what a pat on the back religion you got there. Hey, listen. I know the secret. No one else can know the secret but me because God told me I'm special. I'm a special little guy. Special little fella.
And also,
I am.
if you investigated and came to a different conclusion than me, then you're wrong.
Yeah. So
no, it's not the conclusion than me. It's the conclusion that Yahweh.
So I'm just gonna try one more time. Caller is cooking host. Are you smoking crack? I'm just gonna ask one more time. What is your evidence?
What is my evidence for Yahweh being real?
No, your evidence for your little special little sect of cultism.
What cultism? What sect? What are you talking about?
You spoke to Yahweh directly. You spoke to Yahweh directly. The guy who gave you your doctorate spoke to Yahweh directly. What's your evidence of it?
What's my evidence for speaking to Yahweh directly?
All right, appreciate your time. I've asked you this like 17 times. And
I'm serious about trying to get to what you're saying, my man.
Yes, give me the evidence. Why should I believe Yahweh spoke to you or the guy who gave you your doctorate?
the only tangible evidence I have to provide you is the tabernacle pattern. Any other evidence for you to search out from Yahweh for yourself?
But you told me I'm not going to be convinced of the tabernacle pattern unless Yahweh makes me convinced of it.
No, I said you won't be convinced of the tabernacle pattern unless you first accept that Yahweh is true. Then if you accept that Yahweh is true...
All right. I accept Yahweh is true. Now show me the evidence. What's the tabernacle pattern? Let's go.
Hey, if you accept that Yahweh is true and Yahweh built the tabernacle, to walk through the claim of what the tabernacle represents is an honest and investigatory thing that's put upon your shoulders.
Show me. Give me the evidence. What is it?
You want me to provide you a diagram? You can go to my website, the website that I help host.
Doc, I am not putting your virus on my computer. What's your evidence?
No, it'd be asheraya.org. It's not.
I'm not putting your virus on my computer. What's your evidence?
Talking about Yahweh. Why would you think I'm giving you a virus, bro?
Give me strength. What's your evidence?
The evidence for the tabernacle pattern being symbolical of the human body is the way it's set up. The duties of the priest that Yahweh ordained to be done in them all show forth and correspond to the unconscious biological functions of the human body.
Okay.
The way the vessels are laid out within the tabernacle court in the specific regions they're laid out, from the most holy place, the holy place, the court roundabout, symbolize the same way the organs line up in your body, which is a head region, a chest region, and abdominal region, and the vessels that line up within each one. The duties of each vessel and the correspondence of each vessel is lined up with the functions of each of the biological functions of each of your organs within your body. When Yahweh told Moses to have them build a tabernacle so I may dwell amongst them, he was having that done in history to lay a marker to show forth that he exists within the human body, that he made the human body and he dwells in it. That is why Paul, after Paul received the divine vision of revelation, he went out saying, what? Know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit and you are not your own? Paul in 1 Colossians 26 and 27 made mention of the mystery which was hid from generations and from ages, but is now made manifest to his sons, for whom Yahweh would teach the mystery of his glory, preached among the Gentiles, which is Christ in you, or Elohim in you, Yahweh himself dwelling in you. That is the true gospel. And that is why I say all the doctrines of Christianity are a perversion of the true gospel of Elohim in you, because it teaches that you're still under sin, even though he did away with sin. It teaches that you are nothing, that you don't have, that nobody has the Holy Spirit except for a believer, when Yahweh said that he poured the Holy Spirit out upon all flesh. And there's many other tenements. What do you want?
Okay, so your argument is this. Tabernacle looks like human anatomy, therefore God spoke to you.
No. See, this is what I mean by if you believe that Yahweh is, you'll walk through this with an honest investigatory mind, not one to just cast it to the side.
That's literally what you gave as the evidence. So what you did is you gave the evidence. The evidence was the tabernacle lines up with human biology, with the human organism. And then you then you started preaching what you believe after. Those are two different things. So the rest I didn't really need to go through because that's just what you believe. I needed a reason why to believe it. The reason why you believe it is because Yahweh told you. And the reason I should believe Yahweh told you is because the tabernacle looks like a human.
No, I didn't say to ever believe me because I said it. I've been talking about going through an
honest. That's not what I said. You weren't listening. You weren't listening. You weren't paying attention. I didn't say to believe it because you said it. Nope, I'm going to clarify. I'm going to clarify. That's not what I said. I'm going to clarify. You said Yahweh spoke to you. I asked you for the evidence. The evidence that I should believe that Yahweh spoke to you is because the tabernacle looks like a human.
No, that's the evidence.
Okay, so then what is the evidence?
Revelation. I can't provide you evidence that Yahweh spoke to me. It's not a believe me because I said it situation.
I appreciate you. You just admitted that there's no evidence. I got to use the bathroom, so
Who let the trolls out?
This is my favorite song.
Who let the trolls out?
That was wild. Striker, I was wrong. It was not a Mormon. It was like a random weird cult. Oh, I correct myself. I DM'd Striker to tell him that we had a Mormon doctor who said he was a doctor based off of, I don't know. I came in part way too.
Somebody's father is currently doing this. He practiced that in the mirror before.
He's not a troll. We're just playing the troll song because it's fun. Calm down. He genuinely believed what he was saying.
Who let the trolls out? Who let the trolls out? Who let the trolls out? Oh wow, that's edgy. You must be exhausting. A fully formed adult chose this as a hobby.
what school he went to, but I'd say that's a little bit sketchy. The tabernacle part was fun if it's true. What? Tapping my toes. Yeah, it was something new. I'll give that. Oh, it's interesting. A little switch.
This nonsense is brought to you in part by Coca-Cola.
He's here. It's not my show. That would be wild. Brand, you should read Super Chats, actually.
Yeah, this has been a long time, and you never remind me to. You have like 3 jobs sitting back there.
No, that's not true. You had 3 callers, and then there was the weird one, and then I went to the bathroom, and you brought up a new caller when I was gone.
That's you.
Shut your stupid mouth.
Happy Friday. God bless you both. God bless you too. God bless you too. And thus said the Lord, come forth and receive eternal life. But I got stuck in traffic and came and came 5th. I got a free toaster instead.
These are good.
Yeah, they're so good. They're good. They're good. And also, congratulations on you becoming a papa. I need food. Wife number 26.
Oh, that was wild.
That was wild. Ask him if he believes black people are saved in Mormonism. I looked it up. The current belief is, yeah, they can be saved, sure. Their names were Wife 00 to Wife 39. Easy. It was wild. We had so much good content today. I don't know what to post. I don't know if I should post the Mormon video or the cult guy we just talked to. We got a lot. Matthew 22:30. For in the resurrection, they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels in heaven. Feed the dono bar. Amen. 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 And then we got that 400.
Did.
Yep. Thank you.
We did. Thank you very much.
I think I like Jesus. Seems like a pretty chill dude. I don't know. Kind of a based guy. I agree. He is pretty dope, but he's not, listen, I want to be careful. Jesus is not your homie. Chill guy. We're going to dap it up and watch some TV. No, he's your king. And when he come back the second time, he's not going to be a chill guy. Thank you. This would have gone to my daughter's college fund, but I guess this is a good cause too. What did Luke Skywalker say to Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego? May the 4th be with. Oh my God.
I thought it was funny.
Also, yes, this is definitely better. You should donating to this channel is much better than donating to your child's college fund for sure. Yeah. Definitely don't put money aside for your children. Send it to some random stranger on the internet that yells at idiots. That is the optimal method for your spending habits. This is a crazy name. I'm not even going to say it.
Maybe you shouldn't.
I'm not going to.
No.
Hello, how are you? No, it's not that kind of crazy. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 38.
All right, man. Why should I leave Christianity?
Okay, well, I'm going to answer that with this. I don't want you to just leave Christianity. I want you to have something to replace that with, and that being you becoming a Noahide.
No, I'm good.
Okay, well.
You got to give me a reason.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you this. I don't want to misinterpret your belief system. You believe in Jesus, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that is because of the New Testament, right? The book of Jesus starts with the book of Matthew. Am I correct?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John and Acts is like the core foundation of why I believe Jesus is who he says he is.
Okay, fantastic. And it starts off with the genealogy of this man. Is that not correct?
Luke and Matthew have genealogies, yeah.
Right. Oh, pardon me. I meant Matthew chapter 1 starts out with his genealogy. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I want to make sure that, I'm not making things up here. Okay?
Uh-huh.
All right. So this is a very important thing. There's a reason it starts off with the genealogy of his father being Joseph, right? It says they start with King David. They link him all the way to Joseph, right? Okay, wonderful. Now, after that, they say that
Bro, you seem
his
like a
mother
nice guy,
was
but at this
impregnated.
pace, I'm going to die of old age before we get to the argument.
I understand. Thank you for your patience. Now, right after that, it says that his mother, being Mary, was impregnated by who? The Holy Spirit. Is that not correct?
I don't like that language. And that implies like some sort of like consummation, but there's no consummation that happened. The Holy Spirit
Well, that's
indwelled
what
her,
it
and
says.
she was given a baby.
Totally understand. All right. Well, here's why I'm trying to make sure I lay out the foundation of how it begins for him. Okay. The reason I'm doing that is because it starts off with the genealogy for a reason. We find that in our Torah, being the book of what is it? 2 Samuel, chapter 7, verses
land the plane,
12
man.
to 16.
Where are we going?
Yeah. God establishes the covenant with King David, that the only kings in Israel that are legitimate would be from King David's bloodline. In Hebrew, the word being zerah, zerah being his literal seed. So this is why it is so important for the New Testament to start off with, hey, this is the genealogy to Joseph, because we understand that we have to link him to King David, or else he would be an illegitimate king. Because Messiah doesn't mean some god or something. That's literally Hebrew Mashiach for anointed.
All right. I'm going to give you a timer of 30 seconds. If we don't get the argument done in 30 seconds, I'm going to move on. All right. Go.
They link him to King David for a reason. He has to come from King David. Now, if they're giving us the genealogy for Joseph, his supposed earthly father, right? Well, who does it say that is the father? They say, the next verse, that the father is God, right? Holy Spirit. How are you going to tell me that God is a descendant of King David? That's not possible. You can't.
That took so long. And all he had to say was that, well, God can't be a descendant of David. They're just completely thrown out the whole idea of what we believe. All right, Gareth. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
He was on the other day.
Was he?
Yeah.
Do we like him?
I don't remember.
I don't know. Do you like me?
I don't know. Do we?
I only remember your name. I don't remember what.
I asked about the 10 Commandments last time.
How old are you? I need that for the live.
Sorry, Gareth, and I'm 40.
All right. Well, I have no recall of what we talked about. What's up? How are you going to convince me to leave Christianity?
It's not about me convincing you. I want to ask a few questions.
Right.
So
appreciate your time then.
So Adam and Eve, right?
The topic is convince me. If you're not here to convince me, you're wasting my time.
Come back on an Ask Question Day. I don't remember Gareth. I feel like he was a nice guy.
Yeah, possibly. I accidentally brought up two people up. That's all right. We'll leave one of you guys muted. Alex, hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Okay. Hi. I'm doing great. I just wanted to start off by saying,
how old are you?
I'm 18. Sorry.
Right, awesome. Thank you. All right. Can you convince me to leave Christianity?
So I would like to start by talking about, before we begin, I want to ask you a couple questions so that I'm completely aware of the conditions of your beliefs and what you actually believe. To start, do you believe that God is a being who is perfect and exists beyond time? Or do you believe
Yeah,
is over time?
I think perfect is a weird word because how do you define perfect? I'd say God is without flaw, right? There's no mistakes, no errors in him. I do think God exists out of time, but I don't think that's a necessary prerequisite to be Christian.
Okay, so for this argument, I'm essentially going to first ask you, like, if God is, for example, a God without flaws, he has several times in the past misled the Christian church, at least for what leaders of the Christian church have described him saying. And so, for example, the issues of interracial marriage, heliocentrism, being an abolitionist, and the practice of modern medicine are all things that were previously considered sins within Christian practices. And so I'm really curious about why you think doctrine changes over time if God doesn't.
Is this a real question?
Yes.
So your argument is that people did things that you disagree with, therefore God's not perfect?
Okay. That's just no. That was just the first forefront of my argument. The second
is that
question
not what you
do,
said? Did you not say that we have
that
a whole
is
church of people who did things
is,
that I disagree with, therefore God's not perfect?
No. My question is why
Well, then what is your question?
Okay.
If I'm misunderstanding it, clarify.
So do you believe? Okay. My most important question
Hmm.
is: do you agree or believe in the doctrine of current church leaders?
Can you clarify the first question? Because you said I got it wrong. So can you clarify it?
So you didn't get it wrong. It's just more that question, I essentially brought that up as a basis for another question. And so it's fine if, anyways, I would just like to move on.
So did I get it right or did I get it wrong?
You essentially got it right.
Okay.
But
how is that going to convince me to leave Christianity?
That brings me to my second question, which is more potent. Do you believe that being a member of the LGBTQ plus community is a sin?
No.
Okay. So
depends on what you mean by a member.
Just like, do you believe that being gay or being in a homosexual relationship is a sin?
Being in a homosexual relationship is a sin.
Okay. So my question really for you is, why would you believe something like that is a sin when sins of similar sins, such as being in an interracial marriage, which was previously recognized as sinful by the church, was struck down by church doctrine? Do you believe that interracial marriage is a sin?
I don't think those are correlates with each other. Can you show me the correlation?
The correlation is that the way that the church speaks about homosexual marriage today is the way that the church spoke about interracial marriage 50 years ago.
That's the conclusion. You said the correlation is that they're the same. Is that there's correlations? What's your evidence of that? Like how are you drawing that the church is using the same mechanism to conclude one as they are the other, and how are you even concluding that that is what the church said?
Well, I'm concluding the fact that the church claims that both of these forms of marriage are sin. It doesn't currently claim that interracial marriage is sin. But the church.
How do you know they ever said it? Where did they say that?
Where did they say that?
The interracial marriage is sin.
I do not have a specific source on me, but I do know that several denominations of the church did oppose interracial marriage during this.
Claims made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Okay, then let me find evidence. Please hold.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So I would like to correct myself. There are some denominations that were not against it, such as Catholicism. However,
Catholicism
I
said
think
it?
that, well, Catholicism was not against it, not historically. However, we
So
can
the
still
so the
link.
biggest Christian church in history wasn't against it?
Yes, it is the biggest Christian church in history.
Hmm.
But I do think that I can make other links to the idea that, for example, heliocentrism and the study and practice of heliocentrism was considered a sin for hundreds of
What
years.
is
And Galileo,
heliocentrism?
heliocentrism is the belief that the Earth orbits the sun.
Hmm.
Yes. So for centuries, the belief was that heliocentrism
Oh, I
is
know
a
this
sin.
argument. Inspiring Philosophy debunked this. If you want to go look at that, that's not true. I don't have the data, but yeah, unless you got something that can convince me of it, I'm just going to posit you to Inspiring Philosophy's
Galileo
video
was
on
in
it.
prison for it.
Yeah, so again, go watch Inspiring Philosophy's video on it if you really want
Okay,
the information.
so fine, we can move on to another one.
Okay.
Do you believe that Harriet Tubman, as an advocate
Do I believe
for,
what?
Do you believe Harriet Tubman is in heaven?
Who's Harriet Tubman?
Harriet Tubman was a primary
historical figure,
former slave rights advocate during and before the Civil War.
Yeah, I have no idea where he is. How would I know?
It's a good woman.
So essentially, I'm saying, do you believe that someone who was an abolitionist before Protestant churches in the United States began to support abolition is in heaven? Or do you believe that
How would I know where he is?
My argument is, do you believe that someone's eternal fate is based on the temporal political beliefs of their era as dictated by the church? Or do you believe that if someone is a good person today, considered a good person today,
What does this have to do with anything?
Because I'm essentially saying,
how is this going to convince me to leave Christianity?
Because I'm saying, listen, if something was a sin 200 years ago, then that means that person, according to the people of their day, would be in hell. How is that any different from you saying?
Wait, are you saying that Christians believe that we can choose what is and is not sin?
No. Well,
we don't make claims about who goes to heaven and hell.
Yeah, it's not our place to say who goes to heaven or hell.
What I'm saying is that
the earliest Christian beliefs about who goes to heaven has nothing to do with works, right? So like first century documents from Christians from like Ignatius, for example, or if you even want to include the Epistle of Barnabas, a lot of people don't, but it is in there. And then as well as Clement, they all say that your works is not not a direct correlation with your salvation.
Okay. That was not, so I essentially use the heaven and hell thing, not necessarily as a direct theological argument, but more to provide it in a way that would be easily accessible and understandable. Essentially what I'm saying is if you look at church doctrine over time and what the church believes over time, has been
you keep making these claims, but you have zero evidence of it.
I do have evidence.
What?
The church used to be against abolition. The church used to be against the practice of modern medicine.
The church was against the abolitionist movement. So then why is it that Paul himself talks about freeing a slave? That'd be an abolition.
Yeah. Well, Protestant churches
Do you know
within
who Paul
the United
is?
States. I do know who Paul is.
Okay, so Paul in the Bible talks about freeing a specific slave because he's a brother under Christ. That'd be an abolition.
So
do you know the very first document that actually was ever put out that was against slavery? Do you know who wrote it?
I assume you're going to say it was Paul.
No. The very first document that was ever put out in history that was ever against slavery that we could find was the Pope.
So I'm essentially
just
saying,
throw that out the window. Just get rid of
it. No. I understand, and I'm accepting what you're saying, and I'm saying, okay, you've struck down that argument. Thank you.
Okay.
But I'm essentially, do you debate the fact that there have been several movements that at their time someone would have been considered a sinner, and in contemporary times they would not?
You haven't given me any evidence of that.
I have given you 4 examples, and you've
said I've struck them all down, so I have no evidence of that. If they've all been struck down, then they're not good evidence.
Okay. So practice of modern medicine, was that a sin?
Can you show me any history the church rejects modern medicine? Because as far as I know, all the modern hospitals, for the most part, were established by Christian views. That's why they have saint names on them, like, you know, this hospital is Saint whoever, because it was established by a Christian.
Uh-huh.
So where are you getting this information from?
Okay. I apologize. Thank you. This was a really educational experience. I hope you have a wonderful day.
You too. Appreciate you. God bless.
That's good. Harriet Tubman was a Christian.
Was he?
It's a woman, baby. I said a woman. She's a woman.
Oh,
you
was
keep
she?
saying he. Me. It's a girl, John. You. Well, I don't know who that. I don't know who he was. Hey, it's a girl. It's a girl.
Mark. Hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Mark. Going once, going twice, and he's out of here. God bless. Have yourself a great day. That's an interesting name. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm fine, thanks. And I'm 47. How are you? And how old are you?
I'm great. I'm 35. All right, man. Can you convince me to leave Christianity?
Well, I'm not sure, to be honest. But can I ask a couple of questions real quick to see what kind of approach I would take?
Sure.
So presumably Christianity is like important in your life and your like family relationships and stuff?
Not really, no.
Really?
In our life, not your family relationships.
Well, like, it depends what you mean by life? In life. Like my life.
In your life, like in your everyday life, like your relationship with your mom or your partner or your kids or whatever you have. It's important.
The only relationship that's really contingent on me being a Christian is me and my wife.
Oh yeah? Oh. Okay. So do you think that the door would be open then to you at this point, given your platform and your position in life, that you actually could say, oh, you know, all how I used to be so into all that
Dog, is
God
your,
and
is
Jesus
your whole
stuff.
argument going to be like I'm in a position that's just not going to reject it because like I would lose?
No, I'm just trying to see, like, I'm just trying to work out how safe that taco is, you know? Because I see this all the time. Convince me to be. Yeah,
you've already been convinced that like no matter what, I'm never going to be convinced because I've established certain foundations. So,
hey, listen, if I was convinced, I wouldn't be asking and inquiring, right? I would just inquire, or I would like just jump into an argument or try and run something.
Why don't you just try jumping into an argument? Why don't you do that instead of this armchair psychology of you trying to convince like what my mental state is towards a specific thing? It is absolutely armchair psychology. You're trying to figure out my psychological state to see if I'm a person that can be convinced in the first place.
Yeah, well, I'm not actually using psychology. I'm just asking you directly. Can you imagine saying to your wife or your audience,
if you give an argument that's personally or perfectly rationally deductive or inductive that shows that the conclusion is more likely that Christianity to be false, I'd have to accept Christianity is false.
Okay, that's fine. So in the first line of the New Testament, it refers to the genealogy of Jesus the Messiah.
No, it doesn't.
Right? It does.
No, the first line of the New Testament is Mark, and Mark doesn't talk about the genealogy. Oh, Matthew. Well, it depends on what you're. No, you're right. I got it backwards.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the chronological order of the books and generally speaking in the Bible.
I just said you're right. I corrected myself.
Yeah, okay. I think I might be lagging as well. Okay. So, like, where does that label come from? The Messiah.
Your argument is to ask me a question?
Yeah. I mean, I can argue better against people whose worldviews I understand more deeply, right? So I'm asking you, where do you think that label comes from? What does it mean, Jesus the Messiah? It doesn't say Jesus Messiah.
Messiah just means anointed. That's all it means. That's what it translates. It just means that one that is selected.
Well, but it doesn't say Jesus a Messiah, because we know there are lots of Messiahs. It says Jesus the Messiah, like specifying, like it's a definite article.
It never says
so it's referring to something. Do you want to look it up there?
Jesus Christ.
I'm walking my dog right now.
What's the word "the" in Koine Greek?
Well, I don't know, but in my translation in my NRSV, where I trust the translators with the PhDs who translated, they chose to say Jesus, not Jesus, or Messiah.
Okay, so even if
because
we
they're trying
grant,
to be
even I'm
faithful to
just
the
going to
text.
grant it. I'm just going
So
to
I
grant
should
it
appeal to the
yeah, I'm
expertise
just
of
going to
the
grant
translators.
it. I'm just going to grant it because this is irrelevant. What's your point?
No, it's totally relevant to the truth of Christianity.
Okay, so what's your
Well,
point?
would you agree that Jesus, the Messiah, is a reference to the Messiah prophesied in the Old Testament?
Stop with the questions. What's your argument?
The argument is that Jesus so clearly was not the Messiah prophesied in the Old Testament. If you just
Okay.
go on the actual messianic prophecies,
Yeah.
the future tense
Yeah.
predictions about the victorious Davidic king who's going to come and slay Israel's enemies and bring about world peace and usher in the
Can you show
message.
me the verse where it says that the Messiah will slay Israel's enemies? Where is it?
Well, again, I'm walking my dog right now,
Oh.
but I think it's in Malachi, maybe.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I would just search my Bible right now
so
for
my
cut
question
off the
for
chariot from Ephraim and cut off the battle bow from Israel.
Oh, so your
Pretty
interpretation
clear.
of it. So it doesn't say it directly. It's just your interpretation of it.
I see. So the way that you would weasel out of this is just to say that words don't mean words. I got it. See, that talk was real safe.
No. My question for you is a very simple question here. If Jesus Christ died on the cross and resurrected, from which direction should I understand? What's the word we're looking for? Prophecy. For example, you have this. So, for example, what is prophecy? How do you determine what prophecy is, and where do we get the foundation that your understanding of what prophecy is the exact same understanding of Second Temple Jews' understanding of prophecy?
Well, so I'm not Second Temple Jews. I'm just me, and I'm the one Hog talking to in the conversation right now.
Yeah. But you're making a claim. You're making a claim that you can read. You're making the claim that you can read a prophetic understanding and have an interpretation that is exactly what you think it is.
Yeah, the words. Yeah. So, for example, when it says, when it describes the Messiah in the future tense, which I think is quite critical because I think many Christians tend to rely on these passages that are just history or rhetoric or proverbs or poetry or something. I'm generally referring to future tense predictions. And so when the prophecy says, and again, I could look this up, but I'm on my walk right now.
So is prophecy? So just to be clear, is prophecy only things that will come to fruition?
Generally speaking, yeah. Actually, I think technically,
great.
Prophecy is something.
So if that's the case, then why is it through the Old Testament there's a whole bunch of conditional prophecies? They're if-then statements.
I'm sorry, the wind is blowing. See that again, sorry?
Yeah, through the Old Testament, there's a whole bunch of conditional prophecies, if-then statements. If X happens, then this will happen.
Well, I'm pretty sure the prophecies I'm referring to aren't conditional. There's no if-then. It's not.
Well, no. We're just trying to establish prophecy, right?
You
made the claim.
No, stop.
You're doubling back on yourself. Stop. You're doubling back on yourself. Stop. You're doubling back on yourself. You made a statement. I asked you very specifically, do prophecies have to come to fruition? And then I showed you if-then conditional, and you said, well, no, just the prophecy I'm reading. So you kind of changed. Is the standard of prophecy? We'll go back to the first. We'll go back to the first question. Please stop cutting me off. We'll go back to the first question then. Is the condition of a prophecy that something must come to fruition?
No.
Okay. So what are our necessary conditions to determine prophecy?
You mean to determine whether it was fulfilled, or to determine whether or not it was a prophecy?
What is a prophecy?
Yeah, so it's like a future tense prediction of the future, uttered by a prophet.
It's a future tense prediction of the future. So if you're predicting the future, but so that again presupposes that it will happen, yeah?
No.
Oh.
There's no requirement in the definition of what a prophet. See, I can prophesize that at 3:15 next Wednesday, a UFO is going to land on my door. That's a prophecy, regardless of whether it's going to happen.
Right, and then so you're not a prophet.
Well, no, in terms of UFO predictions, I am a prophet. You're going to have to prove me wrong on that one. I don't think you can.
No, I'm talking.
If you're not even going to entertain,
I'm talking about an epistemic standard, right? I'm not talking about whether or not we are convinced somebody's a prophet. I'm talking about.
Jeremiah.
Please let me finish. Please let me finish. I'm talking about an epistemic standard. How do we determine what prophecy is? How do we understand prophecy? What is the purpose of prophecy? Yeah. All these conditions. What are they?
Honestly, epistemic undermining was not on my bingo card, but so
Well, bingo.
I'm not sure why this is so difficult. Can you tell me whether or not you think Ezekiel was a prophet? You know, the guy who wrote one of the books of the prophets?
Yeah, I think he's a prophet, but my epistemic understanding is different than yours.
Okay, explain exactly the difference in our epistemics. Go ahead.
Yeah, the reason that I think Ezekiel is a prophet is because Jesus Christ died and resurrected off of the cross, which means that I have reason to believe he is who he says he is. And so then when he says he comes, would you please let me finish? You asked me a question. So then when
it's hard to sit by and watch someone be so like the sharpshooter fallacy about everything. It's so embarrassing.
Can you please let me finish my sentence?
Yeah.
Right. Stop being a little bitch. So anyways, when I have this reason to believe that Jesus Christ died and resurrected, and I have reason to believe that he is who he says he is, and then when he says I came to fulfill the law and the prophets, I have a certain faith and trust in those prophets are who they say they are. Right. So there's a little bit of faith that goes back on the prophets because of the trust on Jesus Christ. Now, if you want to ask me why am I justified in believing in the death and resurrection, I'm happy to go down that path, but that's definitely not a sharpshooter fallacy.
Well, no, what I want to ask you, it's definitely a sharpshooter fallacy. What I want to ask you is,
can you give me the sharpshooter fallacy? What's a sharpshooter fallacy?
Okay, hold on a second.
What's the sharpshooter
fallacy? That's where
fallacy?
you start with the conclusion, and then you build backwards from your conclusion. And any evidence you come across, you say, "Oh, the target was here all along."
Yeah. So how am I doing the sharpshooter fallacy?
Thanks for the check. Well, I'm about to ask a question that will get us there.
So hold on. You concluded.
Wait.
Just to be clear. You said I did it. You said I did the sharpshooter fallacy, and I asked you how you know I did the sharpshooter fallacy, and then you said you have to ask me a question to conclude I did the sharpshooter fallacy.
Yeah.
So do you know I did the sharpshooter fallacy?
I understand that.
Do you know I did the sharpshooter fallacy?
Mindsets. Yeah, I do.
Okay, if you know I did the sharpshooter fallacy, why do you need a clarifying question?
Well, because I want to expose you. Why don't you just give the inductive argument on how I did the sharpshooter fallacy? If you already know I did. Your stance is based on the fact that Jesus is trustworthy because he fulfilled prophecies, which I'm suggesting
That's not my stance.
He did not fill.
That's not what I said.
He did not fulfill.
Not even remotely close to what
Jesus,
I said.
Jesus may say. Okay, go ahead. Restate that. If I'm wrong, I'm not that wrong.
No, you're completely wrong. I don't use prophecy as my standard to trust Jesus. The reason I trust Jesus
because of the sharpshooter thing?
No, not because of the sharpshooter fallacy. You're an insufferable human being. You know that, right? You're like talking to you is like pulling teeth. So the reason that I believe is because of the death and resurrection of Jesus, which I have not given a justification for. But I said to you, if you want to, we can go down that path for the justification for the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. So it's an if-then conditional. That if Jesus Christ died and resurrected, it's an if-then conditional, that if Jesus Christ died and resurrected, I would be justified in trusting and believing in the things that he said, which when he says, I came to fulfill the law and the prophets, I have a justification for that.
All right. I get it. So your entire epistemology is based on the fact that you think based on the claims, the evidence available.
I can't hear you. You keep cutting out.
What?
I don't know where he went. I'm giving it like 15 more seconds. I'm going to move on. You miss him.
Hello.
Yeah. I can
hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I just came back and it switched back networks, so I got kicked off for a second. So fair enough. Your epistemic stance is based on the fact that you believe from the available evidence that Jesus Christ of Nazareth rose from the dead. And I was asking, what's the single most convincing piece of evidence for you?
There is no, it's inductive. It's not singular.
I appreciate that there are lots of them. So they're all equal?
No, they're not.
There are no pieces of evidence that you find. Okay, great. If you're going to be disingenuous like that, you're saying that there's no single piece of evidence that you think is like worth talking about before any others in this specific situation?
Yeah.
All right.
Need a hug?
Well, look,
it's an. Do you know what induction is?
I'm perfectly aware, my friend. All I came
Okay,
to
can
do
you
was
tell
to
me what
prove that
induction
that
is
taco
then?
is safe. That taco is safe.
Can you tell me what induction is
Okay.
then?
Let's just leave it there, right?
Can
I'm
you
not
tell
going to
me what
engage any more
induction is?
while you attempt to build your epistemology on some claims. Thanks.
So you don't know what induction is?
John didn't respond the way you wanted him to, and so you cried like a baby.
And then ran. Like I said, that's why I predicted that. I must be a prophet. I said at the start, he wants to see if there's some sort of psychological standard to convince. I didn't navigate the conversation he wanted, so therefore, obviously, I must be some sort of dishonest.
Sure. Oh.
Mark, you're back. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18. How are you?
Good, man. Can you convince me to leave Christianity?
Yeah, I actually want to talk about the Trinity and Old Testament. You're talking with the previous guests, and you brought up Genesis 19, if that's fine.
I don't particularly want to do that, no? Do you have a different argument?
Yeah, will Christianity still be true if the Trinity's in the Old Testament? Yes or no, straight dichotomy?
Oh, yeah, you're that guy. You're the guy I banned.
I'm not. Well, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Why did you... You're 100% that same guy. And you've been coming up trying to ask the same argument forever. And you have a false baseline of like reading, understanding text, understanding how way people talk in a natural way, and you're just an asshole. Mr. Rowe, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Doing well. I'm 32.
All right, man. Why should I leave Christianity?
I think you should leave Christianity because I don't believe there's sufficient evidence that any religion, any one religion, is true.
Mm-hmm.
Christianity being one of the thousands. I think that there just really has not been enough time for any religion to have been proven true,
mm-hmm.
and to think that we have the answer after being the species of humans that we are we can argue about the length of time, but not that long compared to the length of time that it takes to form universes, et cetera, et cetera. So I just think that we have the one answer out of all the potential answers is a little arrogant.
Okay. What is evidence?
The evidence would be
just the definition.
What is evidence?
Mm-hmm.
I would guess my definition would be something that can be used to provide a conclusion about a result. That's something that is repeatable and something that can be. Yes.
So it has to be repeatable to be considered evidence?
It doesn't have to be repeatable, but generally is referred to as.
So then repeatable is not
better
in the
evidence.
Definition.
Better evidence is repeatable.
Well, I'm just asking for a definition of evidence. Not what's better or what's worse. What is the definition of evidence?
Let's just, since we like to use definitions of law, let's just see what Google has to say. Evidence is the available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true.
Yeah, so anything that raises the probability of something being true.
Correct.
Cool. Yeah, I agree with that definition. How do you know it's not sufficient?
Because there's clearly disagreements on the conclusion.
Okay.
Because we have tens of thousands of religions.
Sure. Do you believe in evolution?
It depends on what you mean by that, but generally, yes.
Speciation.
Yes.
Great. Which model?
Darwinian.
Darwinian
and more. The updated versions of Darwinian, and I'll be honest.
Which model? There's seven. There's 7 models of evolution.
I don't know the models.
But okay, well, you believe in evolution. There's 7 models. There's disagreement on the conclusion. So why do you believe in evolution?
Because I can see evolution.
You can see it? Show me.
You can see it throughout. Like if you dig up enough Earth and look at the different species that exist. Did I? Yeah. No, I did not.
Okay, so can you
have you researched all 10,000 religions?
No.
Then how can you know the Earth is true?
That's not a true dichotomy. You're saying evolution is true, but I haven't studied evolution. I'm saying Christianity is true, and you're saying, well, have you studied every other religion? No, I haven't, but I studied Christianity.
Why? But your point is saying that I shouldn't believe in evolution because
I don't care if you believe in evolution. I'm challenging your epistemic standard.
Okay, that's fair. I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, my standard is something that is visible and concrete, right? And we have
So what is your
tangible, repeatable evidence.
So show me.
Let's go dig together, bud. Like, what do you want me to do? How could I show you digitally without even a camera?
So you didn't dig it up?
Did I dig it up?
Yeah.
I've dug up rocks before. Yeah, sure.
And that convinced you of evolution?
Not specifically.
Okay, so why were you convinced of evolution?
Because I've been taught about how there's been different species. You can go through any.
Who taught you?
Teachers.
Do you have a name for these teachers?
Miss Alexander.
Okay. Well, I have a teacher who taught me Christianity is true.
Okay. All right. I understand your argument. Let me maybe, can you maybe respond to mine? And let's say, okay, if you do believe in Christianity, then I would believe you believe that non-Christians are going to hell, correct?
I don't make a claim on goes heaven or hell. It's not my position. If I'm wrong, I've committed blasphemy.
Okay, that's fair. But would you agree that your book has a position on it?
No.
The Bible.
Well, it does to the ultimate standard, but we can't make that judgment call. The ultimate standard is those who reject Jesus at the end of the day will not be with Jesus. But you can get post-mortem opportunity. I don't see why that's not a possibility.
Okay, so you're saying if I don't believe in Christianity now, if I die and don't think that Jesus is my savior.
Never said that. No. So what does that have to do with whether or not it's being true? Let's say your understanding is that. Let's say your understanding is correct. Like if you don't say right now in the next 5 minutes that Jesus is God, you're going to go to schmeck, right? Why does that make it false?
Okay. Why does it make Christianity false?
Yeah.
Because it would claim that there's a moral God while making judgments of humans.
So we've completely
so
we've completely abandoned this evidence thing. Then we're just off that topic. Well, because now you're going to the problem of suffering.
Okay, well, we can stay back with evidence, but you've directed the conversation.
No, you directed the conversation because you asked me who goes to hell.
Okay, that's fair. You're very good at this. I'll admit you're a very good debater.
Doing it a hot minute, man.
All right. Well, you're making me want to do it more. But do you see can you at least concede that you see my point without it being a clear stated conclusion? Like,
no.
So you don't see how
I'm not saying this to be like a better debater. I really think that a lot of secularists come to conclusions with the same amount of evidence that a lot of Christians come to conclusions that Christianity is true. But there just seems to be this like societal intuition pump that like, well, people don't rise from the dead, so therefore I shouldn't believe you rise from the dead. Well, I've also never seen a speciation. Right? I've never seen that happen. We don't see it in today's lifetime. We don't see that happen. So we have to draw conclusions of what we've done through historical evidence, which is not repeatable. Right? And again, I'm agnostic towards evolution. I don't care if it's true or not. But I'm just saying you don't have testable, repeatable evidence for evolution. You have to make a deductive argument by looking at these standards throughout history and come to a conclusion. I do the same thing with Christianity. I look at the standards throughout history and I come to a conclusion. The only difference is our priors on whether or not we're inclined to believe that miracles can happen in the first place.
I can understand that, but the difference being, I just like Christianity is just it only is exposed to those who are exposed to it.
So,
and the consequences of not being exposed to it, according to the Bible, are dire.
No,
and that's why
it literally says in the Bible that if you don't know, your own conscience will bear witness against you. So Paul says that for the Gentiles who do not have the law are law unto themselves with their own conscience bearing witness against them, that their conscience will judge them on the final day.
So you're saying that the Bible's claims that their religious practices throughout their lives does not affect their post-mortem result?
I didn't say it didn't affect it. I'm just saying that just because you don't know, God's not going to send you to hell.
Okay, then what's your conclusion? Like, if for those people, well, I guess you don't have one. You claim that you don't know, which is fair.
No, I don't know where they're going to go. I can't make a claim on someone's salvation because, again, if I'm wrong, I've committed a blasphemy, right? I've gone against God's will. But I can say that, hey, the way to do it is through Jesus Christ. If you want to get there, you have to go that way.
Okay, but if they still can get there without that, then what's the point of practicing the other parts of the Bible?
Could you technically get $1 million just by walking outside and tripping on it?
Yes.
Cool. Then why should you work and actually strive to make $1 million?
Because the probability of that is so low.
Yeah. So there are rules and exceptions to the rules. God can give grace to who he gives grace. But if you want a confidence and a certainty in it, align yourself with Jesus Christ and align yourself with his will.
Okay. So you're saying, is that what Pascal's wager is kind of referring to?
No, Pascal's wager is if you're on the fence, then you should just jump in anyways and see what happens.
Well, isn't that what you're saying? Like, if you were to have the choice to make, that makes sense to jump over the fence because you're giving yourself a better chance?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're saying, why should I bother being a Christian in the first place if there's postmodern opportunity? That was your original argument. What I'm saying is because you increase your likelihood of being in a relationship with God by entering in a relationship with God. Now, the Christian life isn't about getting to heaven. Heaven is not even a permanent place. The Christian life is about being unified with God. Why not start that now? Why do I have to wait to the next life?
Okay, so that's part. Maybe I just don't understand the concept of what the Bible says the afterlife is, because if heaven is not permanent, then I don't understand it. I was, under the impression that heaven was an eternal place that you would exist forever post-mortem.
Nope, we get a new earth and a new Jerusalem. The whole point and whole purpose of humanity was to exist in the Garden of Eden forever. But we destroyed that opportunity. So God says he will reconcile us, make us align with him in his will again, and we'll get a new Eden.
So will we repeat this again, or will those I
have no idea. Heaven, it doesn't really talk about what we're going to do once the new Eden starts. Yeah, maybe we'll have opportunity to go against God. I doubt it, because we're most likely going to be sanctified, which means that our will is going to be more in line with his, because we've gone through the process of understanding sin and why we should reject it. Abby, can you close that door? I'm getting really cold all of a sudden. Really? Yeah.
Sorry, it's probably my energy.
Probably. You probably got a demon inside you or something, and my senses are kicking in.
Sorry. But no, I can appreciate that argument. I just think it kind of ignores the fact that, okay, well then couldn't every other religion say the exact same thing that you are? That okay, well, maybe you don't have to practice this during the time, but I know that my religion's correct. Right. I just feel like every religion could kind of.
Yeah, that's not my. You asked a specific question about a doctrine, assuming Christianity is true. It has nothing to do with whether or not Christianity is true.
Okay, but that's kind of the whole point of the talk, right? Is to convince you not to be Christian, and the way I would do that would be that it would to kind of say there's really no.
If I found out God likes to turn people into. Every once in a while, God just picked a random person for kicks and giggles, and his skin fell off, and he just poured lime juice on them. I'd still be a Christian because it's true.
Okay.
Right. So if you're just pointing at things that you might disagree with or dislike, that's not going to remove me from Christianity.
No, I guess is what I'm saying is if there's going to always be exceptions to the rule, right? If we're in agree, or if what you're implying is that a Buddhist could go to heaven, or let's say a Muslim person of Muslim faith, or even someone who is in a remote area that doesn't really have a popularized religion. They believe whatever their tribe has believed for hundreds of years or however many years. How can you reconcile that they could say the same thing about their own beliefs?
They could say whatever they want, but my belief is true.
Right, but
that's my point.
What I know that's your point, but how is your point true? And
yeah,
you
but
can say
my original point was that what you're bringing up is irrelevant because you asked me a question that assumes my religion is already true. So if
you do assume you do assume your religion is true.
Yeah, I do. But the question you asked assumes a religion is true. And now you're trying to double it back and say, well, this is going to convince me to leave. No, because you've already assumed it's true. And I was just trying to answer your question because I thought we moved on to a different point. But if you're using this as an argument against my religion, it's not. It's not going to work because okay, they believe something similar. So what? What does that have to do with anything?
It just we're increasing our chances, right? I would want to go, if they could go convince me that, let's just say.
But I'm not using this as an argument for Christianity. So I don't care what they say.
Okay, you're using it as an argument that what you believe is not going to change.
No, it's not even an argument. You asked me a specific question about our dogmas. I just gave you the answer to the dogmas. If Christianity true, then this is the case. That's all I'm giving, right? This is not an evidence, an argument for or against any belief system. It's not even an argument.
It is. Yes, it is.
No, it's
the
not.
Argument
Unless we're arguing specifically who goes to hell.
If every religion could make a path to the same place and convince people in the same ways, in the same.
I'm not using it to convince people.
Do what?
I'm not using this standard to convince people.
Not you specifically.
But you're asking me. You're talking to me.
I understand. I know. Just let me finish for 1 second. I'm getting there. I promise.
Okay.
Other people of other religions can obviously convince other people that their religion is true with their set of, we'll call it evidence, right? So, in what capacity do you think Christianity has more evidence than these other religions?
What does that have to do with going to heaven or hell? Are we back now into evidence? You're all over the place, man. Pick a topic. Originally it was like, okay, there's not a sufficient amount of evidence. And then you're like, well, who goes to hell? And now we're back to sufficient amount of evidence? Because those are two different topics.
Let's just say I'm most closely related to Rastafarian, so clear trains of thought are sometimes a little difficult. Let's just leave it at that.
This doesn't answer my question. What are we talking about? Are we back on evidence?
Right now, we are talking about the reason that you should not believe in Christianity. And
what reason is that?
The reason is all of the other religions provide the same evidence that theirs is correct. It's the same.
How do you know it's the same? How do you know it's the same? I haven't given you the evidence. How do you know it's the same?
I myself have looked into other religions.
Congratulations.
Right? And I'm saying that's my. I can't tell you that that's true. That is my truth, right? But they are generally providing a similar amount and in a similar way evidence that their religion is true.
All right. What is your evidence that they all have the same amount of evidence?
There's millions and millions of people that believe them. While Christianity,
hold on. There's millions of people that believe in a flat Earth. Does that mean there's just as much evidence as a flat Earth as there is a round Earth?
No, that's because 98% of people believe there's a round Earth.
Okay, so then
believe there's a flat Earth.
So then it doesn't matter. So hold on.
The amount
so it doesn't matter how many people believe it.
Correct. It doesn't matter how many people.
So then, what is your evidence that they have the same amount of evidence?
The people that believe it
is irrelevant. So what is your evidence that they have the same amount of evidence?
So the amount of evidence is relevant because 98% of people.
What is the evidence they have the same amount of evidence? What is the evidence that Christianity has the same amount of evidence as Islam, for example?
Okay. They both have a holy book. Right? That's generally where all the information... Well,
correlation, causation?
No.
Okay, so what's the evidence? The same amount of evidence?
The evidence for Christianity, the majority of the evidence, comes from historical dialogue and the holy book. Would you not agree?
Correlation is causation. You found two correlates, so therefore you're saying that's the cause.
Can you answer my question? Answer my question. Would you agree that is the majority of the evidence would be historical writings and the historical and the religious text are the two main pieces of evidence for the religion? Would you not agree with that?
Well, I think there's some conflation there, but sure, by the simplest terms, yes.
Okay. For Islam, the greatest, the same amount of evidence they have, or the evidence that they have, comes from historical backgrounds, historical documents, and their holy book.
That's a type. That's a type of evidence. How do you know it's the same amount?
You're saying it's like the quality is different?
I'm not making any claim. You made the claim. You said all the religions have the exact same amount of evidence. How do you know that?
Because the evidence is sufficient for all of them to believe their conclusions. So they must at least have a sufficient amount of evidence for all of those people to reach the conclusion.
So then people who believe in flat Earth have sufficient amount of evidence to believe that there's a flat Earth.
Right. Those 2% of people, yes. I understand why you're in your hands, but
you just admitted that people are justified in believing in flat Earth.
They believe they are, yes.
No, actual justification. I'm not talking about belief states. A justification.
Well, actual it's again. You're getting like you're using word like your definition.
Using words to argue. Yes.
Sorry. I was trying to use the semantics. We're getting into semantics.
Semantics are important.
I agree, but can you ask your question one more time? What was your question?
What is your evidence that we all have the same amount of evidence? And so far, you've given me that people were convinced of it, so therefore we have the same amount of evidence. That's literally what you're saying. So therefore, there's the same amount of evidence. That's just a simple reductio here. If being convinced of something A and being convinced of something B, being convinced of something A and being convinced of something B means that there's the same amount of evidence for those two things. By that definition, there's the same amount of evidence that there's a round Earth, that there's a flat Earth.
Okay. So do you actually believe what you just said?
I don't believe it. I'm saying that's the reductio. That's a reduction if we stay consistent with the arithmetic of your argument.
No, the arithmetic of my argument is that okay, and
okay,
again, semantics.
So I'm going to show you how it's the arithmetic.
Same. It's not the exact same. I should have not. That's where I messed up. Right, the semantics. Obviously, the evidence can't be the exact same because but it's the exact same format. Right, it's the exact same. It's the exact same stuff from the exact same time periods. It's historical documents, stories that were told from generation to generation, and a holy book. That's the evidence behind the majority of all religions.
Oh, great. That's also the same standard of evidence for everything understood in history.
Okay.
So do you disregard everything in history?
No.
So what's your point?
You disregard every other religion.
Because if Christianity is true, it's a simple modus ponens, right? If Christianity
but you understand how you kind of stepped in there? Like,
no,
you see what I'm saying?
I'm trying to explain. I know. I'm going to explain.
Okay.
If Christianity is true, other religions cannot be true. Christianity is true, therefore other religions are not true. Because it breaks the law of non-contradiction if both religions are true.
Okay. I can agree with you there.
Right. Now, you're stating that, okay, both people, right? For example, Muslims are just as justified in believing in Islam as Christians are believing in Christianity, because of the type of evidence. They have the same type of evidence, which is historical documentation. The problem with that is that if you're going to reject all religion just simply based on the fact that it's historical documentation, then you must, by definition, reject all other historical claims as well.
That's no, because it's not just documentation stories. No, with physics, you can go and re-experiment. With archaeology, you can go dig up stuff and find it.
How do you re-experiment the Battle of Waterloo? How do you redo that?
Would you dig up to about the time the Battle of Waterloo was?
How do you redo it?
What do you mean? How do you read? No one's saying that they have an exact reenactment.
You said with physics we can redo things, right? So how do we know Napoleon was there?
No, not with physics. We can redo things. Mm-hmm. I'm saying we can re-experiment with physics. Like if I drop this feather from here and I do it again and again and again,
how do I know Napoleon was there?
What do you mean? How do I know Napoleon was there?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
How do you conclude that Napoleon was at the Battle of Waterloo? I hope I'm getting that right.
I'm not sure either, so I don't know. But you wouldn't. I can't prove that. I can't prove that.
So you just reject all of history. You just throw it out the window.
No, I don't reject all of history.
Well, then how do you know he was there?
That is something specific. Right. Okay. But that is something specifically where you have to give some level of credence to the historical stories. Yes, absolutely. But you could go dig up and see, was there a Battle of Waterloo? Like you could do the math.
But how do you know Napoleon was there?
I don't for sure.
Okay, how do you know Hannibal crossed the Alps?
I don't claim to. Do what?
How do you know Hannibal crossed the Alps?
I don't.
How do you know Julius Caesar existed?
Because we have the month July is the best evidence, I would say. But other than that, I don't know.
So hold on. Isn't the month July just more testimony? People testified that Julius Caesar existed and named a month after him?
right? And there's a bunch of drawings of them, et cetera, et cetera. Yes.
So because people drew Spider-Man, so therefore Spider-Man should exist.
Okay, well, we know Stanley created him, but no, Spider-Man doesn't exist. Spider-Man exists as a character, but
you said
it depends on what you mean by
so how
exist.
do you know Julius Caesar existed?
Again, I don't know for sure.
So you just reject everything in history?
I don't reject everything in history.
Well, it seems like you do, because everything I bring up in history, you say I don't know if it existed.
You can have an opinion on something without knowing it with the 100% certainty.
I'm not talking about a 100% certainty. I'm talking about a high confidence that it probabilistically happened.
Okay. Again, okay, I can get with that. So I would say, all right, well, let me go see who has the best historical context, or who's, I don't know. You don't know for sure. You can't know for sure, but that kind of argument would then.
Well, if you want to take this hyper skepticism of everything, then you should disregard evolution.
I mean, okay, I do. Based on this argument, I do know I need to look into it more, because that's going to run into some issues if I ever try to debate again, because brought up a lot. But yeah, I do need to look into it. But it's not to say that if I were to look into it, I couldn't recreate the evidence. And that's what gives me some leniency with the sciences, is that I know, okay, in this situation, I can go and do it myself if I really wanted to.
So
But
only things that you can recreate. Okay, great. Great. So you need to be able to recreate it. Prove to me your parents are your parents.
I would have to do genealogy.
You said you have to be able to recreate it.
Okay, I would learn how to sample DNA and learn DNA sequencing, and then I would compare swabs of our DNA, and if enough of it matched up, which should be every single bit of it minus one chromosome, then I would know it's my parents.
How does that prove it's your parents?
Because you can repeat that over and over and know that parents will always match up to the child if you always do that process.
So let's try.
Exactly.
Let's hold on. So then, if we're going to use this standard,
that one didn't work.
No, it's going to work. Let me finish. So if we're going to apply that standard, then 1,000 years ago, nobody was actually justified in believing their parents were their parents.
1,000 years ago, they had other evidence, but they couldn't prove it with more. Again, and I can't prove it with 100% certainty, but the quality of evidence matters.
Yeah.
And they still had evidence.
But you're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. Did 1,000 years ago, did they have a justification to say that their parents were their parents?
Yes, they still had justification. Yes,
what's the justification?
The evidence was there was these two people that were taking care of them, willing to feed them, protect them, et cetera, and there's no other people in society to do that. They see other parents doing the same thing. Okay, these must be my parents. It's not as good evidence as we have now, but it's still evidence.
Okay, so they were justified based off of testimony.
Repeatable testimony, yes.
How do they repeat it back then?
You could ask 1 million children, and they would all say the same thing about their parents.
What? How do you repeat it? That's asking for more testimony.
Asking repeated times. What do you mean repeated?
So hold on. Is your standard that if I just ask more people and they give the same testimony, then I have repeated evidence?
No.
Okay, so then they're just asking more people. They're just getting more testimony. So what else? What are they repeating?
I mean, if they were to have children themselves, they could repeat that.
They would know that they had a child. How are you going to prove that their parents are their parents?
They look the same. They take care of each other. Again, they wouldn't have 100% evidence.
So I look like my uncle. Really, really close. Now, maybe my mom got around. I don't know. But I also look really like my dad. How do I know which one's my parent?
We don't. And there was a level of certainty
I can't conclude which one's my dad.
Uh-oh. You're going to give John a crisis.
What do you mean?
How do I conclude which one's my dad?
Well, we would at this point do a genealogy
test. Let's assume I'm 1,000 years ago.
Okay.
Because 1,000 years ago, I'm assuming there are people who have the same issue. How do I conclude which one's my dad?
All right. You could ask them about your grandfather. Of course.
Chest ready to move on.
Okay. Okay. You could look at specific features.
I got to use the bathroom.
You're very nice.
Just answer the question.
You're gonna leave me with this? Bruh. That's brutal.
We do care how you do it. Now get to it. Answer the question somehow. Answer the question. Answer the question.
Grant only OnlyFans, you said it. You said it.
Just answer.
Yeah, that was interesting. Like Striker said, Twilight's own testimony is both evidence and not evidence at the same time. And there's silence. How many AI songs does John have? A lot. We made a lot. I think like 12. That's a whole album. Imagine if he had co-hosts. I am the co-host, Striker. You can't. You can't take my place. I'm just having fun with the friends.
I didn't pick up the laundry off the floor. Those are my wet, sweaty geese.
Yeah.
Wet, sweaty geese.
Gross.
Why don't you think about that? Just sitting on my floor over there.
Just a bunch of communal sweat.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh. Yeah, we're going to go back and do it again. Mm-hmm. Oh, we should do some super chats, Abby. Thanks for reminding me.
Oh, you're welcome.
Appreciate you. Oh, we only got one anyways. Wow, we only got one super chat in all that time. That's
You
crazy.
cannot complain
I'll
today.
complain if I want. Bunch of cheapos. There's disagreement on the shape of the earth. Great point. I wish I thought of that. Appreciate the $2, man.
Bacterial science project on John's floor. Legit. It's gross.
Keep crying? I will. If I want to. And if I don't want to, I won't. Boots. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Boots with the fur.
Got the whole crowd looking at her.
Hey, what's up, dude? I had to switch over. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How old are you?
Oh, I'm 32.
Hi, man. Why should I leave Christianity?
Can I follow up on the last conversation you were having?
Oh, lovely.
About testimony?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so you had that whole thing about like 1,000 years ago finding out who your dad is, right?
Well, I was just trying to get his standard of like, so I don't know how much you're listening. I was just trying to get his epistemic standard of what evidence is.
Right, but do you agree that like there's, different strength to different pieces of evidence, right? Like if your skin color was white and your parents are both black and they say, oh, yeah, nope, we're your parents, that you might give more weight
so my
to
argument,
the skin color?
Yeah, my argument is that testimony is the strongest piece of evidence that you can have, because without testimony, all other evidence, it just does nothing. It just sits there in the void.
What's your definition of testimony?
Testimony is somebody testifying about a specific event. So they'd be like an eyewitness or a non-eyewitness, because you could have like hearsay testimony. But it's basically some person speaking about an event or a situation that happened.
So if a magician tells you he can levitate, you consider that, a strong piece of evidence?
I didn't say it was strong. Such a straw man. No, testimony is evidence. Testimony is the strongest piece of evidence. Not all testimony is strong. That doesn't logically follow. So let me finish. Right. So if a magician, for example, he says I can levitate, the probability of him being able to levitate goes up. Not much. Not enough for me to say yes, I'm justified in believing that that's true. But yes, it would be a piece of evidence in that direction.
Okay, and what's your basis for saying that testimony is the strongest piece of evidence?
Because all other
evidence, strongest type of evidence?
Yeah, because all other evidence is useless without the testimony.
What? How does that work?
So imagine you have a bloody knife with fingerprints on it, and it sits in the courtroom. That doesn't do anything. It's just sitting there. You require the testimony of the people who understand what they're looking at to be able to come to conclusion of like what happened with that knife.
Right. Okay. But that's no one's no one was present for the murder in that situation, right?
Smurder.
You're just
gotta say smurder.
Smurder. Okay. So no one was present for the smurder, right? No one's testifying what they witnessed happen, right? They're just looking at evidence, physical evidence, right? And I would distinguish that from what testimony is, right?
Without the expert's testimony on that physical evidence, it does nothing. It just sits there.
Right. So, okay. So, but that is the analysis of evidence, right? That is not like, order one evidence, right? That would be second order, right, analysis of evidence. Do you agree?
No.
You don't see a difference between an eyewitness statement and somebody looking at a bloody knife and analyzing like, oh, yep, those are fingerprints.
Asking me if it's different doesn't mean I have to agree with your first understanding of first order and second order. That's not even really a thing. The most common used piece of evidence in all court systems is testimony. That's the most common piece. And I argue, I'm not saying everybody else argues this. My standard is it's the most important piece, because without testimony, you have nothing. You require the testimony of people, of events to conclude anything.
Okay, right. So, okay, so you have the you have people testifying or giving testimony that somebody rose from the dead 2,000 years ago, right?
Before you finish your analogy, my argument isn't that because somebody gives testimony, it's true.
No, I understand.
Okay.
It's just a piece of evidence, right?
Yeah.
So and you have these accounts, people faithfully believing in it. Would you consider the evidence around us that of people not rising from the dead to be a form of testimony and evidence in and of itself?
I don't understand that question. Are you saying the lack of evidence is evidence?
No, I'm saying that we have testimony about a resurrection, and we have testimony about not resurection occurring in the entire rest of nature, right?
Yeah,
so just like the magician levitating. So you have the magician who says he could levitate, right? And then you have the entire rest of physical reality that says magicians don't levitate.
Yeah, that's a black swan fallacy.
Probabilistically, which would you believe? That the resurrection happened or that it didn't?
It's the black swan fallacy for the fourth time.
Go ahead. Wait, what's the black swan fallacy?
Yeah, the black swan fallacy is like when you say, I observe nothing but white swans. And so therefore you conclude there can only be white swans. But it's true out there is at least one black swan. And if there's at least one black swan, then you cannot conclude that all swans are black. That's a black swan fallacy. So we could say in probabilistic, let me finish. So we could say, to answer your question, so we could say in probabilistic terms, right? If we're going to take prior knowledge is what you're talking about, or priors. I have priors to believe that people just don't resurrect from the dead. I agree with that. That's actually what makes Jesus' story unique, right? I'm going to need a little bit more than just like, oh yeah, he rose from the dead. Yeah, I'm going to need a little bit more of that. It's a good thing I have that. I actually think we have a strong amount of evidence that is testimonial evidence that we can conclude that it would overcome my priors that people don't rise from the dead. That is still very likely that you rose from the dead. It is so basically when we're doing this, right? It's the Sherlock Holmes saying, right? Remove all probable explanations. Whatever remains, remove all possible explanations. Whatever remains, no matter how probable, no matter how unlikely, must be true. Well, we have this specific event. We have a bunch of hypotheses. We have like swoon theory. We have like they stole the body theory. We have all these theories, these naturalistic hypotheses, but it doesn't explain all the data. It's not as parsimonious. The most parsimonious explanation when we go through all the data is that it actually happened. That's what happened, the resurrection event. So yeah, I'd say I have a justification to say that event happened, even though that you don't resurrect. And as a matter of fact, if everybody was just resurrecting all the time, this wouldn't be a special or unique event to make a whole religion around.
So sorry, you think that the veracity of these historical records and accounts is so so accurate, so true, so trustworthy that resurrection is more likely than myth making or inaccurate recollections or accounts?
No. That's not what I said at all. I said the most.
It is what you said.
No,
you,
it's
you
not
said
even
you
remotely
had to.
close. Do you want me to clarify, or do you
like-
want to assume what I said?
No, because you just told me.
That's
right?
not what I said.
You
I
just
can
told
clarify if you want me to.
You're eliminating all other possibilities, right? And you're going with the one remaining possibility, which is resurrection, right? But
right,
you haven't done the homework of eliminating the other possibilities.
So my argument is you remove other possibilities, and then you say, well, why don't you accept these other or why is the evidence this strong to just reject these other possibilities? It's because we removed those possibilities. That was my argument. That you remove all the other possibilities. You remove all other possibilities. You see what is the most parsimonious explanation for the hypothesis, and then that is more likely to be true.
Okay, why are you removing those possibilities?
Which possibility? They all have different arguments.
That the possibility that the accounts are wrong.
Yeah, they all have different arguments. Which possibility, which hypothesis are you putting on the table as a counter hypothesis?
Okay, the counter hypothesis that some historical accounts are inaccurate.
That's not a hypothesis.
And therefore, the account of Jesus' resurrection may have been exaggerated? Is that the word?
So your hypothesis is sometimes things are made up. So therefore, this is made up? That's your hypothesis?
No. So the possibility that this is made up exists, right? And that possibility is more probable than the probability of his resurrection.
How do you conclude it's more probable?
Because we see, I would just do it based on like data points, right? We see evidence of inaccurate accounts all day, every day.
So your argument is
and
people
we see
make things up, so
resurrections
therefore
never,
this is made
right?
up?
So no, that it's just probabilistic, right?
It's not
You
probable.
look at the data.
Which probability theorem are you using?
It's been like a year since I took a stats class. So like I'm just going off of raw data points, right?
Yes.
So
I can show you the issue with statistical theorems if you want that, because I'd use a Bayes theorem.
Well, so conditional probability Bayes theorem, right? So what is your what conditional probability are you doing?
What?
Bayes theorem. Bayes theorem is conditional probability.
Yeah, what was your question? Which conditional probability?
Yeah, you're saying you use Bayes theorem. Okay, what is the conditional probability you're calculating with Bayes theorem?
Yeah, repeat it again so I understand it. One more time. Just say the exact same words again.
Do you know what conditional probability is?
I don't know what you mean by conditional probability. What do you mean by it?
Okay, what's Bayes theorem?
Bayes theorem is when you look at an understanding of whether you can conclude something is true. The best way to understand it is if you flip a coin. If you're doing statistical analysis, then you look at every other time that coins were flipped, and then you try to conclude that, hey, what's the likelihood the next one will be flipped? Bayes theorem
that's not Bayes theorem.
It's not Bayes theorem. I literally said if you did a statistical analysis.
Bayes theorem is part of statistics. So it's a subset of statistics. So those are not distinct things.
Bayes theorem would be more along the lines as like if you flip the coin, you have to incorporate all the things that are happening around you to conclude that where would it land, and which probability would that be? So we'd say just based off our prior knowledge.
So those conditions.
When we say off our prior knowledge, right, we'd say it's like a 50-50 shot because half the coin is head, half the coin is tails, right? Unless we have new information about everything that's happening around it, we say it's 50-50, correct? It's a 0.5 on a Bayes theorem.
So you wouldn't use Bayes theorem for that, right? You'd use Bayes theorem for like,
was I wrong in what I was saying?
Yeah, you are. Well,
Okay,
it's a misapplication, right?
Can you explain how I was wrong specifically?
Because you don't have like a percentage basis on coins in which you're applying Bayes theorem, right? Like you'd be saying like, okay, 10% of the coins have 3 faces, 90% of the coins have 2 faces.
What?
So when we apply,
What are you talking? I have a coin in front of me. I'm flipping. Why do I need to look at other coins?
You're the one using Bayes theorem, and you have no idea what Bayes theorem is.
I think I know what Bayes theorem is more than you. Am I expert in it? Absolutely not. But I definitely know more than you.
Okay, dude, I have an advanced math degree. Like,
congratulations.
I don't know what you're expecting here. Okay, so Bayes theorem is like you have an illness affects 10% of the population, and you have a test.
Dog. The coin flip is literally what people use to determine if they rely on statistical, what's happened before, or Bayes' theorem. Because what you conclude is like, how are you going to conclude it's a 50-50 shot? Do you look at the data before, or do you look at the data that's at hand? And what is the average of that?
I think you're thinking of trials, right?
Let me just ask you a question. Let me just ask you a question.
Bernoulli.
Hold on, just real quick. In Bayes' theorem, if I say something is a 1, what does that mean?
I don't know, 100% like it's always going to happen. But that's not Bayes' theorem. That's just probability as a whole.
Oh my. Okay. So, anyways, this is a whole long side tangent. Can we go back to the testimony?
I think you're thinking of Bernoulli trials, by the way.
I'm not.
Okay. All right. So, but like, I mean, we're going round and round about stats here, right? Mm-hmm. You haven't addressed how resurrections never happen. False accounts happen all the time. What justifies your probabilistic analysis
going back to
to
your argument,
follow the resurrection?
Hold on. So going back
theory.
So you're going back to your argument is people make things up sometimes, so therefore we shouldn't trust them.
We should
That's your
account.
hypothesis?
We should yes. We should use that evidence when we are making judgments about historical events.
Can I take your
form our opinion?
Yeah. Can I take your hypothesis and just apply it to any criterion standard? Can I just look at anything in history and just say, well, people make things up sometimes, so I don't believe it?
Well. No, because that's a little too binary, right? So, like, what's the Hitchens quote?
So then it's not a hypothesis.
You gotta you keep cutting me off.
But then it's not a hypothesis.
What's the Hitchens quote? Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, right?
Right. So what's an extraordinary evidence?
What's up?
What's an extraordinary evidence?
Okay. So. Like if I claimed to be able to levitate,
just the definition
right?
Of
a video of me levitating would be more than the ordinary amount of evidence
you
would request for a claim.
Extraordinary evidence?
Why don't you give it to me? You're smart.
I don't believe extraordinary evidence is a real thing. I think it's just a thing that people say to sound catchy. I don't think it actually exists.
Because like you're trying to be like legalistic about it, but like I mean, you know what an extraordinary claim is, right? It's a turn of phrase, right?
So it's a turn of phrase. Then
hey, if I told you I used the bathroom today, hold on, you would believe me with no evidence, right? But if I told you I jumped and
your argument that I should reject the resurrection is because of a turn of phrase? Go ahead.
That's not what I said. Why are you making it up?
You just said extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. I asked you what that is, and you said, well, it's not really a thing. It's a turn of phrase.
No, I'm saying that the evidence, like, to support an assertion, is like you would want more evidence to support an improbabilistic assertion than a common assertion, right? So, like, again, if a magician is levitating, right? I would want more evidence for that claim than the claim that the magician ate lunch today, right? You understand that, like, the insanity of the claim being made.
It's just evidence.
You're sticking with extraordinary as if it's
that's
like
what you brought up as a
mathematical definition, right? Like, okay, like we can lose.
I agree with
the word
you.
Extraordinary.
Listen, I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you. We're going to need a little bit more than just some guy said he resurrected.
Sure. Okay. What more do you have?
We have the testimony, and we examine the testimony, but the testimony just isn't some guy said he resurrected.
It's a bunch of guys saying it, right?
No, it's a bunch of testimony, and we look at events. We try to derive things like: is it historically reliable? Is it historically trustworthy? Are they recording accurate and true information? What is motive? Like, what do they have any reason to say certain things? Are there any principles that they're going against, like a principle of embarrassment? And then we conclude: are they trying to give honest and truthful information? Now, if we can look at all the data in the testimony and we can conclude that, hey, they're trying to give honest and truthful information, they're trying to derive that from us, then what must we conclude when they say that the specific event that happened that seems like an extraordinary claim or extraordinary event? And that's when we start putting hypotheses on the table, right? Now, you said you're a Bayes guy and a mathematician, so I'm sure you're familiar with like how hypotheses work. You have a box, right? And you put hypotheses, and your hypothesis is which one's more likely. Now, my argument is that the most parsimonious hypothesis is the resurrection event actually happened. You haven't presented a count. You're saying, well, what's the evidence? So you want me? Let me finish. Your whole
You've been
point.
going,
Let
dude.
me finish. Well, you asked for evidence.
Yeah, and you haven't provided any, right? Like none to the magnitude of the.
Of course, you haven't let me
of
finish.
the claim. Okay.
So you have all these hypotheses, right? Now you're saying, what is your answer for each individual hypothesis? Well, you want me to go through every individual possible hypothesis right now in this moment, just the two of us going through all the data? Sure, we can do that. We'll be here all day, but it'd be easier for you just to present a hypothesis and then we could walk through it and see which one is more parsimonious and go through that.
Okay, so the thing is, I'm not making claims about things that happened 2,000 years ago, right? Like, I really don't have a I don't create an assertive belief about it. You're the one who's asserting that Jesus resurrected from the dead 2,000 years ago, and I'm the one saying, "Wow, that's quite the claim." What evidence do you have for this, right?
Yeah, so this would be
Now-
things like undesigned coincidences, automatic congruence. We have a few other things that we can go into, but like those two things would be very strong pieces of evidence.
Right. But strong pieces of evidence for, like, I don't know, maybe other historical events, things that actually happen in nature.
Well, if we're
right?
just, hold on, if we're just
things
talking,
that we observe, like,
if we're just
we
talking
observe
about
people-
actual, hold on, if we're just talking about actual historical events, this is not just a sufficient, this would be astronomical.
Great, but is it on the magnitude of defying the laws of nature? I don't think so.
Well, that,
right? Like,
that's,
people make
I'm not
claims-
interested in your individual mental state.
No, what are you talking about? Like, people
just said,
make
"I don't think
claims
so."
that are against their interest all the time, right? How often do people defy the laws of nature? But resurrect from the dead, where you have organ functioning,
just real quick,
and that reverses itself.
Let's go back to the laws of nature.
So,
Hold on, you made a claim. I want you to substantiate it. You said it defies the laws of nature. Are the laws of nature descriptive or prescriptive?
the laws of nature are descriptive, right?
How does one defy a descriptive law?
Okay, so I mean, let me. Is you do these like little definition games, right? Where it's like instead of you defending your position,
you can't answer the question.
You always try to have
you
these.
don't have an
everyone else,
epistemic
like,
standard,
you
but
had,
you're just
you had
going to
someone say define. You said define evidence earlier,
yeah,
right? Like
almost like it's
come on, get
important
real,
to
dude.
understand what people are talking about when they use a word.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Wow. Hold on, guys. I just want everybody to know that I was wrong when somebody said there's not enough evidence for Jesus Christ for me to ask them what evidence is. I was wrong to ask that, ladies and gentlemen. My bad.
Because you know what evidence is, right?
How do I know what he knows what evidence
to
is?
make them like squirm and defining a word that
like you're
never
squirming
means
right now
definition.
because you can't answer this very specific question, a very simple
No,
question.
because the laws of nature are descriptive, right? Like we observe nature.
Then how do you break
and
a
we see
description?
how it functions? Hey, dude, you got to let me. You wanted the answer. Let me answer.
Yep.
Okay. Laws of nature. We observe nature. We see how it functions. We see causal relationships, right? And we see that. Okay, generally speaking, when something's dead, it stays dead, right? Like we've never witnessed, and like we can see like how everywhere else, like organic matter decays and everything, right? And so then when we look at this one case where, the guy died, but then organic matter didn't decay, it actually like reversed the process that we would normally see. That's quite the claim, right? That is again defying the laws of nature, defying what we have observed everywhere else in the universe.
Great. You wonder why I keep cutting you off. So how do you break a description?
Why don't you tell me?
You're the one who claims you can do it. I don't think you can.
Break a description? But you're like, oh my God, dude. You understand, like we're talking about evidence here, right? We're talking about the world we can observe around us. We don't see this behavior everywhere else. We can see people lying and making false accounts all the time, right? You have one claim where the claim is, organic matter went into a state of, death and then reversed itself, right? It's either that actually happened or people lied. Probabilistically, it's more likely that people lied.
Let's try again.
It's
How do you
not that
break a
hard.
description?
How do you break a description?
Yeah, you say it breaks the laws of nature. So how do you break a description?
Defies laws. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me back it up then. Let me rephrase.
Okay.
Perhaps not defying the laws of nature, defying our probabilistic evidence that we have in every other body and study in the field of nature.
So defies the laws. So again, you're just breaking. So again, how do you break the laws of nature? You're just using a different word, defy. Okay. How do you defy a law of nature? It's description.
Like I already told you, I recanted that description of it.
Okay,
right.
So it's
You're-
not. It's
I'm
not
saying
about defying
we have this
it.
data point.
Okay.
No. Like, hey, I'm happy. Like, yeah, I overstepped by saying defy laws of nature, right?
Okay.
Like, because you have a bad argument.
I have a great argument.
He's been voted off the island.
No, I want to finish this one. This guy's a douchebag. So you can't break the laws of nature. I don't. Are you still there?
Sure. Yeah, you can't.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. So they're descriptions. So what do you do when you see something that changes your understanding of the laws of nature? Do you deny that thing actually ever happened?
I try to fit that data point into my greater body of data, right? And so the data point is the accounts of people who say they witnessed a resurrection.
No, I'm not even talking about a resurrection. I'm just talking about the epistemic standard here. So do you update your understanding? What do you do when you run into something that breaks your current understanding of the laws of nature? What do you do?
Well, again, you can't break my understanding of the laws of nature because the laws of nature are descriptive. Didn't you know that?
I said break your
I would take that data
understanding.
point.
I didn't say break the laws of nature. Pay attention there, Einstein.
I would take that data point and I would synthesize it to my existing understanding,
So
right? I would evaluate the data point and I'd say, how does this fit into the rest of the data set?
So you would update your understanding.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Crazy. It's almost like
didn't-
we did
it
that.
didn't break my understanding. Wow.
Yeah. It's almost like we did that when we sent that new telescope up and we looked back and saw bigger galaxies than we should have expected. We had to update our understanding, even though we had new information.
Yeah, we do it all the time.
Yeah. So great. So then, if I have a hypothesis, and I think the data is sufficient to warrant a justification in that hypothesis, you simply stating, well, that goes against our current understanding of the laws of nature, doesn't do anything, does it?
No, like you're evaluating the data point, right? And you're looking at a white dot, right? And you're saying like, well, this white dot, like I've got 99 other white dots and these are all liars, right? And you say, oh no, but I think this white dot is actually secretly a black dot and it's a truth teller.
Notice how you changed my analogy. So why don't you just address the actual analogy that I addressed? I said, why don't you do that instead of changing it and doing a straw man?
Well, because you're...
So you admitted you did a straw man.
We have a
You admitted you did a straw man.
On the evaluation of the data point.
Dog literally just admitted he did a straw man, right? Like in front of everybody. That's crazy work, bro.
What? Okay, so an analogy is not by its own virtue a straw man, right? I'm trying to illustrate the fact that
I asked you why you did a straw man, and you said because.
No, whatever, dude. Like again, you have a shitty argument. Oh, sorry, Christian channel, bad language.
I cuss all the time.
So you have a bad argument, and so you're trying to nitpick here, right? But let's focus on the real issue. Let's focus on the real argument, right?
Oh, so you're just going to completely ignore the actual argument and just go off on another tangent. I got you.
No, we're looking at the same data point, right? And we're evaluating it differently.
Still not addressing my actual question. It's crazy work.
Why don't you repeat the question?
Yeah. So if I have a hypothesis and then I think I have a good justification for that hypothesis, you simply stating, well, that it goes against my current understanding of the laws of nature doesn't change whether I'm justified in believing in the hypothesis, does it?
Right. But how are you testing your hypothesis?
That's not the question I asked you. If I have a justification, do you know what a justification is?
Okay. So I'm not going to go into your definition game again, right? So you have a hypothesis,
great
and
job.
I'm disagreeing with your I'm saying, hey, no, I think my hypothesis about this is better.
Do you know what a justification is?
Dude, okay, you love this game. In your context, what is
He's just going to come back and ask me what my definition was of justification. So he's going to make a whole argument based off what I was saying, but doesn't even know the words I'm saying, and try to clarify it. He's just going to go into like, oh, you're doing the semantic thing. What time is it? Do we got time for one more?
It's 4:47. It kind of depends on what you want to do tonight.
Well, we started later.
Yeah.
So we should do one more.
Our two lawyer friends are losing their minds.
Oh, I know our lawyer friends are losing their mind. I can give a lawyer friend, if you want to come up and do a tangent, I'll give you that permission.
Wow. What about the other lawyer friend?
What's the other
They
lawyer
can
friend?
fight together.
Which one?
D-Claw.
Yeah, if he knows the co-host thing. I'll just go into the co-host on the Discord. You guys can come up there and do a quick rant from our lawyers. Okay, where are we? Here we are. All right. Well, I should ask his permission if you want to come up. It's in the watch party if you want to rant.
I also just love how angry people get when you ask for like definitions or whatever, because you could just say the definition.
Or just say, I don't know. Or just ask, can you clarify your definition? But they they get upset about the definition. It's like, that's the games you play about. Well, yeah, semantics are important. Words are very important. There's a reason that when you read like a philosophy paper, it's loaded with jargon and arithmetic. Because if the definition is, there's not an agreed sense of the definition and the terms and the words that you're using, then you get lost in the semantics and you don't actually draw any conclusions. And you end up talking past each other. Well, that must be him there.
Am I still fired?
Well, you're rehired until you finish your rant, and then I'll fire you again.
I can't stand these people who do not understand what evidentiary standards are. It's absolutely it's insanity.
All right, tell us what evidentiary standards are, Mr. Lawyer.
But no, I just think you are absolutely correct in stating that evidence is the testimonial evidence is the strongest form of evidence. That not just because, actually just because literally no other form of evidence makes any sense unless someone can actually commentate on it. Like that's just it. Like you can present anything into a courtroom, and like for example, I can just slam the bloody knife down on the table. But if I don't have a detective or someone to say, this is what the knife is, and this is what we would expect to see, and this is how many inches it went in, and we have a doctor who says this is how much damage it would have caused. It's just a knife, and no one knows what it does.
And then what's the most common used piece of evidence in court?
Oh, testimonial evidence is about 90% of evidence, if not more.
Do you ever come to conclusions in court systems based off testimony alone?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah. And I'd say a majority of even what I do is, I'd say 95% testimonial evidence.
But people just make things up sometimes.
Yeah, so since sometimes doctors can be wrong, we just throw all the doctors' opinions out because doctors have been wrong in the past.
People are testing if you're an actual lawyer. What's perjury?
Perjury?
Yeah.
As in, like... Oh my God, I don't remember.
He's not a lawyer. We got him. We got him, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't have it. I don't have to deal with that. I don't go to court like that.
He must not be a lawyer. He's making it up. I hired a guy randomly in chat to bring him up.
Yeah, evidence.
Yeah, just to make it up. But although that is pretty sus, you should know what perjury is.
I don't have to deal with it.
It's gonna join. D-Claw is also gonna join.
People can't perjure. People can't perjure themselves.
I don't think I have him in a co-host position, so I don't think he can jump up.
But he can join on the link though, right?
He'd have to do the same link Stryker has, and I haven't given it to him.
It's mine.
Oh.
Yeah, you can send it to him if you want, because I don't have him on the DM.
I don't know how to do that. He can't join on the Discord.
No, because I haven't given him the status in the Discord. I'd have to join another.
I might be able to.
Is it Crimson Banshee?
No, it's declothium. People got me. I'm fake.
Gotcha. So that doctorate that you showed me, you just made it up. You printed it out.
I never showed you my doctorate, technically.
You did, didn't you?
No, I sent you my what's it called? My attorney information.
Oh, send me your doctorate so I can copy it and say that, and I can put my name on it and say that I'm a lawyer.
You could just like ChatGPT it.
You could just ChatGPT it.
Yeah, you just ChatGPT make me a doctorate.
This person?
That's him.
That's him?
Yeah.
How do I know he's a lawyer?
That's fair.
Ask him about perjury.
There you go. You have co-host ability now. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Bro, your bar number, you're just gonna fully dox yourself, give your office, your name, everything.
He's got no chill.
Bro, I mean, I'm not gonna do that. You spelled perjury wrong, by the way. It's P-E-R-G-U-R-Y, not P-U-R-G-E-R-Y.
Are you sure this is the person? I gave them the role. They haven't unmuted themselves. Going once.
He says he can't unmute.
He works with IP.
He works with IP?
He says he can't unmute.
Not IP, the person.
Oh, he works with intellectual property. Not
Striker, you're not making yourself look very good.
What are you talking about? I do an IP bet.
Hold on. I'll just go into the general chat. Just move in there. Everybody has right to go in there.
Go to general chat.
Yeah.
What's going on in here?
I apologize for the sound.
How do I know you're a lawyer? Let's start with that.
I can't hear
him
him.
on my webcam right now, but I get Striker on, and you'll see two lawyers at work.
Can you guys hear him?
I can't hear him.
Can the chat hear him?
Abby, are you crying? You're right.
I'm really hot.
You can open the door now.
John
I warmed
is-
up.
Okay. Sweating.
Okay, you get one definition wrong. People get mad.
Okay, all right, bro. We got to end it because I can't get you in, and it's not worth going through the effort just to have somebody say I'm right.
You are right though.
Well, you're not even a lawyer. How do we know?
Oh, that's right. All right, fire me again.
All right. Bye. Bye. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How
I'm
old are you?
audible.
Yeah.
I am 32.
All right,
I'm
man.
32.
Why should I leave Christianity?
Sure. So I just I'll elaborate on that, but I had a question first. Was that okay if I can start with that?
Yeah.
How many religions in the world do you consider to be false throughout history?
All of them that are not Christianity.
So all the religions that existed in Europe, Buddhism, Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, Islam, Judaism,
It's an all statement. So it'd be all religions that are not Christianity are false.
Okay, and there are 40,000 sects of Christianity. How many of them are false?
So as long as you hold to the core doctrine of Christianity, it's true.
Okay, so basically you can make
and there's actually not 40,000 sects of Christianity. There's maybe 300 ecclesiastical versions if you looked at it. So this comes from the World Christian Encyclopedia, where it was Joel Barrett's Barrett or Barnett's his goal was to go and categorize basically all the world religions, and the way he derived the denomination was based off of like geographical location. So like if you were a Baptist church in California and a Baptist church in New York, you'd be considered two denominations. Most likely there's probably about 20 denominations, give or take.
So humans have been around on this planet for like 200,000 years. So every religion except the last 2,000 years have been false.
How many times I got to say yeah?
Okay, got it. Okay, so the problem with Christianity is it doesn't align with reality as we observe it. What we know about the universe. How old do you think the universe is?
I'm indifferent.
It's 14 billion, around 13.8 billion years old. Yep. Do you agree with that?
I said I'm indifferent.
Okay, well, let's say, but it's 30. In order to believe in the Christian God, I would have to believe that God wasn't doing anything for like 99.99% of that time.
Why would you have to believe that?
because that's what the God only starts interacting with human beings in like last 4,000 or 5,000 years.
Well, how does that conclude? That means he did nothing.
No, but like if the God was real,
Uh-huh.
we would see evidence of like what human beings would not be struggling for 200,000 years in different parts of the world.
How does you come to that conclusion?
No, but so why is it that all the prophets are being sent to the Middle East? We're not seeing any evidence of this God interacting with people in Persia, people in China, people in India, people in Europe. This God only interacts with people in the Middle East.
Again, even
Why
if
is
I
that?
grant that doesn't disprove the religion. How would it?
No, it does. It
How?
does because, well, firstly, none of the prophets have ever been shown to be real people. Has Moses ever been shown to be a real human being?
That's an argument from silence.
No, but look, if it's mythology, how is Moses real?
You're
But
all over the place. Which point do you want to point at? See, this is what I was talking about with the last guy. Like, you got to pick a hypothesis for me to specifically argue against it.
I'm saying that the Bible is mythology.
Okay, prove it.
Noah's Ark. What is the evidence for Noah's Ark?
Well, the evidence for Noah's Ark would be the Genesis account. That would be a piece of evidence, a testimony towards that. We also have two documentations that come from before that, right? So we have the, the Epic of Gilgamesh, right? Which has strong correlates between the two. And then we have another story that comes before that. I always forget what it's called, but because it's on a rock, that predates the Epic of Gilgamesh. And they've talked very similarly about the flood account. We also have evidence that in the ancient Near East, there were floods that went all the way up to the top of Mount Sinai, a huge amount of floods in that area. So we do have evidence that the flood actually happened if you hold to a localized flood, which I do.
So you believe it was a local flood, it wasn't a global flood?
Correct.
Okay, and which part of the Middle East did it happen, this local flood?
In the Near East.
Okay.
Around Mount Sinai, I just said that.
Okay, so if this flood was true, would you believe that only Noah and his family survived, right? Everyone else died?
In that area.
Yeah. So won't genetic evidence show that a bottleneck? Would DNA evidence not show that people in this region are only descended from about 7 to 10 people? About 2 or 4,000?
The genetic shows that we all have common ancestor. So I don't see
Yeah,
that's an
but
issue.
if there's a population bottleneck, that would show up that, hey, around 4 or 5,000 years ago, there was a flood in the Middle East. And at least it would show there was
that's not even contested. That's consensus. There was a flood.
No, that's consensus. No, it doesn't show.
It is consensus.
No,
there was a flood in the Middle East.
Floods happen all the time. Floods. Yeah, floods. So having a flood,
huge, not a little flood, a huge flood. Like this is why there's leftover like shellfish up on the top of these mountains. It's because of huge floods and also tectonic plates moving together, stuff like that. Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't happen all the time.
So floods in itself are not. People used to interpret these things as God's punishment. That this is God punishing us, even though
that's completely a red herring, because I never used the flood as a standard or evidence that Christianity is true or a reason that we should trust in the Bible. You said a reason to not trust in the Bible is because we have mythology, and this mythology comes from a flood story. What evidence do I have of a flood story? And I do have evidence of a flood story that actually happened. So I have no reason to conclude that this is just strict mythology.
You're just saying that some flood happened and this was Noah's flood. You can't say that hundreds of floods happened. So we cannot.
Yeah, but again, I don't use that as my justification to believe it, but I can use that as a justification to reject it as just mythology.
Oh, the same God, because the God who raised Jesus from the dead is the God who asked Noah to build that boat. So if Noah's Ark did not happen, and if Noah's Ark did not happen, then there's no reason to believe any of the other miracles.
That still doesn't also follow, because you can be like the Christian Matthew Lynch, who holds to the fact that the flood account, right, is not a literal story; it's a parabolic story to derive a meaning.
Okay, so how? No, but Jesus affirms Noah's Ark as a real historic fact in the New Testament, doesn't he?
Well, he establishes it as a story or as a parabolic sense to derive a message. Jesus used parable all the time, and actually, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying that Jesus in the New Testament affirms Noah as a real person and says that this did happen, and the genealogy of Jesus.
Something being parabolic doesn't mean every event is specifically fake. That doesn't logically follow either, right? So Noah can be a real person. This could be this event that's happened, right? And it could be expanded upon as like this great flood. So for a good thing that I think is strong for this case, and again, I hold to an actual flood. I believe it to be true. I'm just saying you can reject the flood and still be a Christian, hold Christianity to be true. It's not reliant on this story. So a reason that you can argue this is, I think in Genesis 1, we have poetry. It's not even really a question on it's poetry. We see this because day 1 lines up with day 4, day 2 lines up with day 5, day 3 lines up with day 6. They have the same endings in the word Hebrew. It's what we would commonly see in Hebrew poetry. Now, does that mean that Adam and Eve did not exist and the Garden of Eden did not exist? No, but it means that there's a specific message that's trying to be derived through that account that doesn't necessarily need to entail every specific detail that happened over maybe thousands of years.
No, but this is the only Noah's Ark is really the only big global event that is
It's not. I don't think it's a
God of the
global
Bible.
event.
Okay, so let's even a local event. If this really did happen, and if there was a flood which destroyed literally all life in that area, it would show up in archaeological record.
It does.
It would show up in the record. It doesn't. It does not.
You just keep saying
It
it does not.
show up.
There is archaeological evidence of flood is in the Simon. You conceded that like 3 times.
No, there is archaeological evidence for floods, but there is no archaeological evidence for a flood which killed off nearly all the human beings of that particular area and humanity restarting again in that particular part of the world again.
Yeah,
and
that's an
DNA
argument from
evidence.
silence because the evidence would be the text.
When was the text written?
I don't remember the exact date.
Let's assume like even 1000 BC. Like
We have multiple texts, right? That's why I'm saying that's why I brought up the 3 texts, because we have the epic, we have the story that comes before the epic, and then we have the Genesis account. Now, when we're looking at historical evidences, having 2 or 3 documents to talk about a specific event is a gold mine, because usually you can make conclusions on historical accounts on just like 2 or 3 or just 2 documents.
But these are not
sometimes
contemporary
singular
accounts.
documents.
But these are not contemporary accounts, are they?
What do you mean by contemporary accounts?
Was it written immediately a generation or 10 years after Noah's Ark happened?
Most likely not.
Okay, so there's a story that these people inherited.
But
in the
also
Middle
most of history is not written within the same generation of the event that happened.
Sure, but
so, for
it
example,
is
the crossing of the Hannibal on the Alps, right? We have 2 documents of that. One is a close to contemporary document, but then the second document doesn't come until 200 years later. Right, we have the destruction of Herculaneum, which we don't have any writings about until 300 years later.
Mhm. But there are geopolitical events that are happening that accompany it, so we know that okay, something like this happened. Because if, let's say, for example, Alexander invaded Persia,
So
see
how
the
do you know
spread of-
how do you know Hannibal crossed the Alps?
there is historians who write down about it, and there are
There's
geopolitical
2 people
events
who
that
wrote
are
down about it in history, and one was 200 years later.
Okay, so let's assume but there are events that are political. Can we be 100? It did happen because all historians believe it to be happen, and there are things that are happening that, for example,
saying it happened because all historians agree is like just an
what do you call
it?
It's not a supernatural event. The other thing is a supernatural event.
Yeah, I don't believe I don't believe in a distinction between natural and supernatural unless you can give it to me.
So no, but like supernatural events don't happen.
Appeal to authority.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. So it's just an appeal. Supernatural events don't happen. Well, that's a claim. That's a conclusion. Can you back up that claim?
Have you ever observed a supernatural event in your lifetime?
I've never observed an elephant. So do elephants don't exist?
Again, that's a silly argument. I'm saying a
Why is
supernatural
it silly,
event.
right? If we just simply break it down to arithmetic, right? Your argument is if you don't observe A, right? A here is a supernatural event. Then you have reason to say that it's not true.
Do you think an elephant is a supernatural?
Hold on. Just breaking it down to arithmetic. If we don't observe A, we have reason to believe A is not true.
Mhm.
Right? So if we just take that simple arithmetic and we just apply it anywhere else, you wouldn't be consistent. And so all we're doing here is we're just taking a truth table and putting a reductio on it, showing that it's inconsistent. It's not a good standard to justify things.
We're talking about things that are not consistent with the reality the way we observe it. Okay.
Yeah, I've never observed an elephant. So what are you talking about?
Well, if you haven't observed an elephant, you need to go and visit a zoo, my friend.
Okay, but right now I've never observed an elephant, so I'm justified in saying elephants don't exist.
Okay, if you want to believe that, that's fine. But
I'm just using your standard. That's not what I believe. No, I'm applying your standard on my life, and therefore I can conclude elephants don't exist. I can conclude a whole bunch of types of fish don't exist. I can conclude most countries don't exist. Like the vast majority of things that I already conclude are true, I'm just going to completely deny because I've never observed it.
Okay, so So, for example, you're saying that you don't make a distinction between natural and supernatural events.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know how you distinguish between the two. How would you do it?
Because it's a supernatural thing is something that
Uh-huh.
we know is something that is not obeying the laws of nature, that it doesn't
Okay, so
align with
back to the
reality.
same question we talked to the other guy. Are laws of nature descriptive or prescriptive?
They're descriptive.
Okay, so then what do you mean when you say they don't obey it?
Like, for example, a man.
No, not an example. Definition. What do you
I'm not
mean? Like,
giving
what is the
I'm
description
not
when we
giving-
say an
I'm
event?
not giving
An event does not
definition.
obey the laws of nature because.
No, I am not into giving definitions. I'm just here
Well,
to make
then
an
I'm going to
argument.
move on because then we're just going to argue past each other in semantics.
No, look, we're not here to argue semantics. I'm here to say that
I
why
am here to
Christianity-
argue semantics. Semantics are the most important thing in debate. It's literally everybody gets mad at semantics, gets upset about it. It is the most important thing in debate. I'll again appeal to papers. If you read a peer-reviewed paper, if you read a philosophy paper, the most important thing they focus on is semantics. They use very specific words. This is philosophy jargon. The reason they use the fair philosophy jargon is because those specific words can only derive one specific meaning. It doesn't have nuance. So that way, when they say those specific things, you know exactly what they mean and you can't just conclude your own understanding of it. And that's also why they go into arithmetic, where they start saying, hey, if A is equal to B and B is equal to C, then therefore C is equal to A. That'd be like a standard, like Leibniz law type of arithmetic. You can't argue against it. So if you don't want to argue semantics, you're telling me you don't want to argue.
No, I'm not going to get into definitions or any of that sort. I'm here to talk about like why I don't think Christianity is a true religion, and it's a made-up religion, just like all others.
So you're just going to ignore everything I said and say, well, I'm not going to do it?
I'm not going to get into definitions of
Well,
things.
then thank you
or
for your
why-
time. I appreciate you. God bless. Because you don't want to argue if you don't want to get into definitions. All right, we'll call it. Started off in a really good mood. Just as we started talking to people more and more. My goodness gracious. We'll call it a day. That's a good spot to end it. We did our what, 4 hours? Yeah, we got our 4 hours right on the dot. So we'll call it there, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Imagine getting into an argument and being like, I don't want to define terms. I don't want to define terms. I don't want to tell you what I mean when I use specific words, because obviously you know what I mean. Obviously you know what I mean, because everybody just knows what I mean. I mean, why do we need dictionaries if everybody just knows what we mean when we use words? We should just throw them out. Throw out the dictionaries, ladies and gentlemen. Get rid of them. Get rid of dictionaries. Get rid of clarifying. One of the here's the thing. Here's homework for you guys. Go pick out one actual philosophical paper, just one. And you'll notice that the first like 2 or 3 pages, the only thing they're doing before they even touch on the argument they want to bring is establishing terms. That's literally what they're doing. Like you go through it, it's like, I think this is this to this is this, and this means this because of this, and this is what we conclude about this, and this is why this word leads to this. 2 or 3 pages of just establishing terms. And then they start to derive into the arguments. Because I'm reading a paper right now on aspects. The first 3 pages that I read are just defining what an aspect is before it even gets into like how God has aspects. Crazy. No, those prayers are answered, buddy. I don't know. I actually feel like almost every prayer I asked for was answered. Vast majority of them. There's only a few I can think of that weren't answered. And in given time, I actually believe they will be answered. Because I've had that happen in the past. I pray for something, and I'm like, it's not coming to, and then all of a sudden, comes up, just out of there. It's crazy. You ask for definitions as a gotcha, bad faith. Well, maybe.
How can it be a gotcha if he's giving them the opportunity to answer?
It's a gotcha. I just want to be clear, guys. It's a gotcha when I'm asking you to clarify your term so I can better understand it. It's a gotcha.
Instead of using the term the definition that he wants them to be using, he's asking for the definition that they are using. Imagine that.
That's a gotcha. Used to hate you, but you're something good at what you do. Here is my coin for the grifter. Thank you. Thank you.
That was, I think, probably damn.
Toss a coin
That was
to your grifter.
the best.
Big John needs to pay his
Best
bills.
compliment
Big
ever.
John needs to pay his bills. Oh, toss a coin to your grifter. Big John needs to pay his bills. When a humble sage graced a common thread, he was forced to engage with the brain cell dead. He sat down to fight every drooling dunce who peak evolved, apparently just the once. They came after him with their
All my parents answered
the
most
kind
of them.
argument a concussion makes, while the mouth-breathing mass is smashed on their keys. He held out his hand, you owe me for these. Toss a coin to your grifter. Big John needs to pay his bills. Big John needs to pay his bills. Oh,
Ask
toss a
Stryker.
coin to your grifter.
I'm telling Gabe to ask
John needs to
Stryker.
pay his bills.
Stryker makes all of our emojis.
At the edge of his will came the
Define Bayes' theorem. It's the point where I count my toenails, and that concludes that God exists. I didn't say I was an expert on Bayes' theorem. I have a lot to learn on it.
for suffering that he wades through these cretins, these absolute wastes.
All I know is like the difference between like Bayes' theorem and like statistical. I'm trying to remember. There's another word I'm looking. Maybe I was using the word statistical incorrectly, and I can admit when I'm wrong. Is that you don't look at things that happened in the past to try to conclude what's going to happen in the future, or that you. The other one is where you look at things that happened in the past, where you try to conclude the future. I think there's problems with that because you have to determine what events specifically you're looking at. Where Bayes' theorem just kind of looks at the probability like that's at hand, right? Flipping the coin. Well, we could say, hey, there's two sides of the coin. Both sides, are equal in weight, equal in side. Then we could say it's like a 0.5 chance that it's going to land on either one. Most people would say that when you flip a coin. But if you're going to take like the statistical standard, if you're going to look at all things throughout the past, then you're going to look at how many times coins were flipped and how many times they landed on heads and how many times they landed on tails to try to come to a conclusion on which one it's going to land on. So when you're looking at Bayes, you're taking your priors, right? What you currently understand about the universe, and then you update it as you implement new knowledge, right? So as you get new knowledge, you can say, hey, something's more likely or less likely to actually happen. So there's like this idea of like God is like, okay, do miracles happen? Well, we ask a simple question. If God exists, what is the prior possibility of God being able to do miracles? Well, you can't measure that. You can't look through like the world and say, well, God committed a miracle here, a miracle here. So therefore the likelihood of God doing a miracle is higher. Well, instead we just look at, well, if God did exist, it's an if-then conditional. So if God exists, the likelihood of a miracle happening is much higher than if he did not exist. So a miracle would just be like an event in where God operates into the world. If God does not exist, then the likelihood is much lower. We're simply looking at these data points and trying to come to conclusion rather than events that have already happened. And that was what I was trying to get across to that guy. Like I said, I still need to study it more. I still need to learn more about it to properly get my semantics, which are the words that we use, across well, because I don't think I used it correctly. But that is the idea behind it. What mic is that? This is the SM7, I think. The Shure SM7. It's a really good mic. There's two options that you get. Get this one if you're going to get a mic, not the other one, the SMB or whatever it is, B7, because you're going to need an amp with the other one. This one has an internal amp, so it's a little bit better for people who are just kind of doing these things. If Big John is a Christian, I don't want to be a Christian. Enjoy hell? I don't know what to tell you.
Imagine basing your personal belief off of one person.
That's crazy. You could be a Christian and never talk to me, right? Like that's allowed. That's allowed. I'm not taking the weight of other people on myself. Like, my goodness gracious, that's on you, right? My job is to share the gospel, tell people what I think, try to convince them of my point. They're unconvinced. They're unconvinced. If you don't want to be a Christian because you don't like my attitude, I hate to break it to you, then you shouldn't be an atheist, because I guarantee you there's going to be atheists out there you don't like their attitude. I mean, Matt Dillahunty's a douchebag.
Freaking, we had a few today.
Yeah, that's true.
Just wieners.
All Christians must speak to John. That is a rule. I forgot the granny banger emoji. That's wild.
You should forget that.
Yeah. I want that out of my mind. We had somebody who came up who actually made the argument that it'd be okay to bang your grandma.
Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think we're back.
Hello.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. We back.
Oh, I think we're back. We're back.
Anyways, this guy said frequentism versus Bayes. That's why semantics are important. I got the semantic wrong. Crazy. Wild. And therefore, everybody was confused, including myself. Because guess what? I got the semantic wrong. It's almost like semantics are important. But yeah, it is frequentism. You're right. Yeah, we lost internet for a second. We did.
Anyway, my favorite thing about the granny banger guy was that every time he'd come up after that, he'd go.
I lost internet again.
He'd go, "I'm the guy. I'm the guy that with like banging your grandma."
That's true. You did.
Oh yeah, we did lose it again.
Okay. I think my computer's just going to keep on his cycle. So we'll do a quick prayer and then we're going to get out of here. Our Father who's in heaven, hallowed be thy name. The kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forget who you are and your nature and the wisdom that you give us. Give us all opportunity to share the gospel, to be more Christ-like. Forgive us of our sins and never walk with us, or never turn your face from us. Sorry, do walk with us. In Jesus' name, amen. Name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. God is good.
We're all screwed.
We're all screwed. I just prayed us all out of salvation. Whoops. My bad. All right, folks. If you're watching on TikTok, we're going to hang out for 5-10 more minutes over on YouTube at Big John Steele. So come over there if you want to have a conversation. If not, you could support me through a GoFundMe, through Patreon. All the links are in the bio if you want to help keep this channel going. God bless. Have yourself a great day.
Good.
No, we're still live on YouTube. You almost did it again.
Well, I checked first, but I thought you were stopping because of the.
No, well, I think I'm ending it on there, so that way if we do lose connection, I can just end it and people won't be upset.
Oh.
Do you know how to do a raid?
No.
Okay, let me show you.
Not even remotely.
Let me show you, and then you can. You have a job to do. Your job's not to sit back there and crochet. You know that, right? So you go to the thing.
Things to remember.
You go to the thing. Yeah, I know. It's almost like I have to remember it all.
Yeah.
And I hired you to do
That's
it.
your job.
No, that's your job. That's literally what you're meant to do. All right. So you go into the YouTube studio.
1 second. I got to get there.
Why are you begging for money? Fund yourself. Like I am funding myself by begging for money.
That's literally how that works.
That's literally how you get funding.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, then I will send everybody over there.
Oh, okay.
Did we lose internet again? Everybody's saying we lost them.
I think so.
Raid. So when you go over there, just make sure you mention who sent you. Say raid from Big John Steele. Spam them. With that being said, guys, thank you so much for hanging out today. God bless, and we'll see you all next time.
Bye-bye. Now I end it.